broadcast. That'd be awkward. At least you guys know my true colors. I'm a really good person, but I just don't put up with people's shit. Like ever. O'Neill, welcome to broadcast. New girl, what's up? Like, how do you guys think I made it this far? You know? You have two choices in life. You can either, I don't know, you either be a good person, you could be a bad person. And you could either do good things or do bad things. I try to be a good person that does good things, but I just don't have a lot of nice things to say because most people are bad, and I don't have many good things to say about them. And when I'm having a bad day, because I be a good person and say good things most of the time, I could get away with just being an absolute dick. So, every now and again I have a little rampage mode and I just say whatever I want and make a little money doing it and get the entire staff of Wendy's switched out. But it doesn't look like that needs to be done. It looks like I think it might have. I don't know what they're doing in the Atlantic. I'm just really pissed about it because, like I said, I used to really love this place and it has gone to the gutter. And this is like the last place I ever expected to go to the gutter. And they're trying so hard to make it look like it's still okay, and it's just not. Like, it looks good, but then the sun goes down and there's literally like 100 homeless people across the beach, all doing drugs and having sex with the local college girls and like seducing them and ruining their lives. And it's really annoying, honestly. So, why is it any of my business? Because I like coming here. Or I did. I will never be coming back here again. And that bothers me because I've been coming here for going on half a decade. It's about 5 years I've been coming here. And I can't come here anymore and have a good time because I can either deal with the trash or I could deal with the plastic because it used to be real. But now it's just like a recycling center for human beings. And then you have tourists. And then the fourth kind is people who are here that are like regular, but even I would like the decent side of the locals who probably are super irritated with how things are right now around here. See, now where I'm from, when things go this way, you do something about it. And if the cops don't do something about it, you do something about it. And if the cops try to do something about you trying to do something about it, you do something about the cops. Because this is adult land in America and we do what we want. And when people say we can't do what we want, they find out that we could. So whatever in the hell is going on around here is super un-American, kind of pathetic. And I honestly expected far more as far as like pushback or doing something about it. But I'm not going to sweat it. Like I said, it's not my business. It is in slight where you guys know that I care about my country, but I mean, it's like it's not even our country anymore. It's like nobody has the motivation to actually put the work in, and instead they let someone else put the work in and then turn around and try to make a paycheck off of it, like they're, Rothschild or John D. Rockefeller, and they got like the IQ of a peanut, and they're trying to emulate behavior of people who have legitimate intelligence. And I get that, but I don't sit here and try to pretend like I'm smart. I'm smart enough not to pretend like I'm smarter than I am. So, like I said, this kind of thing just really bugs me. Now, Puerto Rico, I might just go on down to Puerto Rico because they're talking about, on the topic of Rockefeller, they're, what do you call it? Some of their properties down there they got are actually, like I said, I'm just ready to be done with people. I know how horrible that is, but I have evolved to that point of my life. I don't want to admit it, but I've come to the point where if I don't accept and admit it, I'm going to be stuck around people. And it's just not me. It's just not. I've grown to be far too independent and bullheaded, and I just don't do good around people anymore. And even if I do real good, but then they turn around and they're trash. And I forget that, I try to forget it. And I'm like, oh, it's going to work out if I just put in the extra work. No, it just gets worse. Because people nowadays are trash, for the most part. I'm talking about pretty much anybody except the people that got their head on straight, which is, like I said, a rarity nowadays. But maybe that's just what happens when you got 8 billion people on the planet. It's like we're overpopulated, not willing to accept that we're kind of the vermin on the planet now. And It's just is what it is. It's not. We're not going to wipe ourselves out for the sake of the planet because that's part of our survival is to be alive. But what do you do with 10 billion people? What do you do with 20 billion people? Like, especially when you consider the fact that we've grown to 8 billion. Was it 300 years? That I'm sorry. I needed a moment. Oh, that's another thing. Is okay. I kind of hooked up with somebody. Kind of didn't because I think when it's hooking up, it's like it has to be mutual. I kind of just woke up. I mean, literally from sleep, and well, need I say more? But I am disgusted and I feel sick because I did not consent per se. I know that any guy would be like, "Oh yeah, yeah, that's all." No, no, like I don't, I don't have the energy for that stuff, and I was kind of forced to use the energy. So I was like, "All right," and then now it's kind of a blessing because like I see some of these beautiful women going onto the beach, and I'm just not even feeling it, and it's kind of nice because it was very taxing to be so distracted by all these beautiful women. And now I could be calm for a while. And I think that's kind of why she did it. But I just kind of wish she didn't because I'm pretty sure you have to get fucking permission, pun intended. Because like if I were to do that, it would be called rape. But she did that, and it's supposed to be considered a badge of honor. So whatever. I just pretend like it didn't happen. Talk about it, let it spread, and then turn around. And when people ask me, I'll just say, "No, what are you talking about?" And they'll show me the recording. I'll be like, "That's not me." I'll be like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "I'm Italian. Shut up." Real. People think I'm playing, and no, I just literally texted somebody looking for a wood chipper. Like, I'm in a mood. I'm in a fucking mood. And I'm not spoiled. I'm really not. I put the work in. I'm not like a lot of my cousins who just fucking skis off of my aunts and uncles. I put in my own work and I don't ask for shit. And my family's pissed at me because I don't ask for anything. I just do it on my own. But that's how I was raised. Now that's who I learned from is the people that started this country. And I'm not talking about the people that, in the middle ground. I'm talking about the people who fucking started the country, families that started the country. So for me, I see this kind of thing and it makes me sick because of what I'm taught and told to be paying attention to. I can't vibe with it. Like I need to get into a place or get somewhere or be working on something. And when I say get into a place, I mean like locationally, like go somewhere that it makes sense for me to be where I'm still like where my skill set is needed. And that's not going to be anywhere but like a second or third world country because here it's not even that I'm not needed. I'm just not appreciated. Like people are too stupid to appreciate my skill set. Like their intelligence isn't high enough to appreciate what I do. So I need to go somewhere where people are smarter. And oftentimes people that have less are smarter. Like anywhere from like the bottom 75% of society are have less but are smarter. But just it's not that way in America because we're all spoiled. But people that actually have to work for what they have in a lot of these countries where people think they're dumber, they would outdo us in 15 minutes. You to give them a 4-year college degree, they'd end up getting a doctorate in the same time frame. So I keep that motivation, but I'm not around people that make sense to be around for me. I'm around people that just last time I literally from birth to death, they just sit and they wait for their time to come. And And I'm kind of just waking up to this now, honestly. Like, you guys see me going on this rant. It's been a while, but I'm finally realizing, like, wait a second, what on earth am I doing? I know exactly who I am. I know exactly what I'm good at. And I'm spending all this time around people that don't give a shit. They do not care. They care about each other on an emotional level, but they don't even know what that means. Like, it's literally just a flex reaction. They don't even think about why they do what they do. They just do it because it's what they know to do. And I get that. I have parts of that where I'm that way, right? Like there's someone that really pissed me off, and then I went and I talked to them about it, and I ended up being far more respectful than I thought I was going to be because basic human instinct kicks in where you do care, and so you show that you care, and how much less bothered you are than you thought you were. But when it comes to this kind of stuff, like I said, I can't deal with it anymore. I can't. I'm gonna snap, and when I say snap, I mean I'm just gonna like quit and go hide in the woods And I don't want to be a hermit. I don't want to be just the next story of a guy who did some of the stuff that I've done and accomplished, and then just went in the middle of nowhere. So I'm gonna check my text, see if I can get a freaking salad because this is the one place I can get an actual salad. Um, and I will return to the broadcast. And thankfully, being in 2023, we do not have to reset broadcasts whenever you leave broadcast. So if you guys just wait for me, I will be back in a minute. Don't forget to follow. I normally do not talk the way that I'm talking right now, but like I said, over the past 2 days I've been pushed ridiculously. I wasn't technically robbed, but I kind of like I let a couple of people who were lying in my face about not doing drugs. I helped them out, and I'm really really pissed off. And they're lucky to be alive right now. Swear to God. Um, but I pity them, so they're breathing. But I helped them to get some cigarettes, get some food, and whatnot. And it's different when people tell you the truth. I mean, like if they looked me dead in the face and said, "I do Molly," I'd be like, "You're stupid, but here's some cigarettes," or "You're stupid, but here's some food." And I wouldn't say you're stupid, but I'd make sure they understood that I thought they were stupid because I care and I want people to be guilted into making smarter decisions. If anything, listen, if anything's going to work, it's not disrespectful to try and push someone in the direction of healthier decisions. Well, I'm not involved. It's not my. Well, then why are you giving them money? So you're going to let them stay right the way they are, and then you're going to hand them money to go ruin their lives further. I mean, if that's the type of person you are, then it's on you. But when it comes down to it, I'm going to look somebody in the face and make sure that they understand that I completely disagree with the decisions they're making, but then try and make sure they get food in their belly. And then I'm sitting over here like an idiot after helping them freaking skis off of me for 2 days straight and put in a whole bunch of work where I'm sitting with the stuff that I'm dealing with. Uh, and now I gotta freaking hit up a buddy about a salad. Why? Because if I order the salad myself, then it freaking just because the universe falls apart, because it's America. We're going to talk about that, but yes, when you get to a certain point in your life, you can talk about whatever you want. But I'm also I'm not a total prick. So anyway, let me go check about the freaking getting food. And then Happy says, "Where are you adventuring today?" No man's land. It's called Indy Atlantic, Florida. I have found the abyss. Well, the exterior of the abyss. I've been doing my research, and if you go further south, everywhere from here down, like from here across to Orlando over to Tampa, and further down, like through Clearwater and all those different places, I mean, it is literally the purge right now, and people don't even know. It's not even on the news, nothing. I've been looking on the dark web and talking with those anonymous people, and the fact of the matter is, everybody from here south is literally killing each other, and it's not anywhere on the news, anywhere on the internet. It's just like they're going to be doing this whole shutdown thing with the grids, and I guess something about Southern Florida. Maybe this is happening elsewhere too. I don't know, but apparently, it's just like people are freaking out. Um, but it's like in very concentrated locations. It's not like everywhere, but it's like in the backwoods and where the locals have been all their lives and blah blah blah. Like just people are finally, I guess, snapping. So my point is, you asked where am I adventuring? I'm not going to go any further south because common sense says not to get involved in any of that. I will definitely tell you I'm in the type of mood where I would more than happily go down there and you get away with whatever you want. But then I come back here and I come back up here and I can't keep doing it. So might as well just not. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to get into the habit and then you come up here and you're not allowed to put people in wood chippers. So might as well just chill. But I am probably not staying here because it's not how it's supposed to be anymore, and it's just filled with a whole bunch of attention whores and psychopaths, which is pretty much everywhere in the world except at least on the West Coast. People are productive with it. Like people over here, they do all the stuff that we're engineered to do with social media and whatnot, except they're really horrible at it. Like they literally don't make any money by talking or by like being annoying. They don't. It doesn't benefit them whatsoever. But they just do it because they think it's going to benefit them because they see other people doing it and it benefits them. Um, but it doesn't work that way. Like you have to structure and organize what you're doing and where you're saying what you're saying and how you're saying what you're saying. But they don't understand what that even means, so they're just like running in circles, chopping off each other's heads, being nut jobs, in one way or the other. So I'm going to go to the West Coast where common sense still applies. Like I said, I will say that Florida was the closest thing to anything that made sense, but unfortunately it doesn't. And you can call me a cynic, but the fact is I'm a realist, and I don't have time to spend on people that are going to die anyway. So I'm going to go where people aren't going to die, and just the rest of it is just not my fucking problem. I'm tired of talking to people that are very obviously close to being ghosts and thinking I'm getting something out of it. Like, unless I'm getting some sort of big payout out of the situation or getting something out of the situation that's worth having, why in the hell am I wasting my time? You call it charity. No, it's not charity. It's called wasting my time. Charity is when I'm creating benefits in a scenario that are good for everybody or good for, it's like, I made somebody, let me go put my skills where they belong. He goes, you should head back north. Listen, I don't feel like having to have sheriffs arrest it. So we're going to let it go. Because I'm in a mood where I'm ready to frickin' pull rank and fucking do what I gotta do. And I'm not in the mood. I'm really not in the mood. You gotta realize that with the tenure I got, it comes from the humility to put your head down and take whatever hits come from people below you that need you. But there's a certain level where lines are being crossed, and like I said, I think sometimes people forget who I am and what I come from, and that I'm still going to continue to make the decisions I have to. And I do. I used to have remorse for people who I am, but I don't anymore because it's only wasted my time. It's like you have people who just think it's a regular situation. I get that, and I kind of feel bad for them. But when it comes down to it, they don't realize that their lives are so insignificant in comparison to decisions that actually have to be made, and they don't believe their life is insignificant until they lose their life. Then all of a sudden, at least the people around them find out that it's insignificant. Like if I have to choose between incarcerating an 80-year-old woman and incarcerating a 15-year-old girl, I'm the woman is going to the hospital. Like, you're not gonna you don't take the youth. Like, there's process to this stuff. People don't get it. So like they get this tenure, they get older, they think they're special, and they forget that life is based on the youth of those who are anywhere from ages 0 to 33 to 35. All right, if you are past the age of 35, you are not important, and that goes for me too. Applies to me too. And whatever your role is in society, it's in servitude, not self-servitude, but servitude to the people around you. Because basic life expectancy without all the extra that we get in day-to-day life is like 30s. So anything after that is extra, and it is not made for us to use for ourselves. And if we do, it's because we've earned enough to be able to do that. Like, I'll be able to do that for my whole life, but only because I've accepted how things are. Like, I don't fight the curve. I go with the curve because it makes sense. So, like I said, I have respect for my elders. I really do. But elders today are not elders the way they were before. Like, elders today are less intelligent and less mature and less capable of providing guidance than elders even 100 years ago. You have kids that are 5, 10, 12 that are more intelligent, smarter, and more capable of guiding people than 80-year-old, 70, 60, 70, 80-year-old people with a whole life tenure, with a college degree and all this other stuff, because they've just been lazy their whole lives, and the only work they've done is the work they've had to do. Whereas more than 100 years ago, you look and people were actually doing work, and they had to do work, and they didn't have a choice but to do work. And so they not only learned how to do accounting, they had to learn how to, whatever their career might be. It required more than just being loud and trying to feel like you're special because you're almost dead, and I get that. I totally do. But the fact of the matter is, death can come at any time, and that's included for me. But the difference is that I accept it. Most people are just too afraid to accept that they are addicted to their lifestyle and believe themselves to be better than people who are going through different addictions. Me personally, I would rather just see all of them disappear, because then I don't have to fucking deal with scumbags. And then we could just do a little more work with now you're talking to someone who came from the foster system. I would love to see more work done with the foster system and more children taken away from scumbag parents and scumbag grandparents and put into families where they're actually going to have structure and growth and maturity and be able to get an education and further their lives. Because nowadays you have all these, like, I have definitely seen more situations where kids being with their parents or being with their grandparents has been more detrimental to them than being in a foster home. And here's why. In a foster home, they talk about, oh, they steal the money. No, they get maybe $700 a month for those kids. And even if they spend it on themselves, what they're not doing is engineering those kids to serve them. They really don't. And it's much harder to do because they're not from that family. But unfortunately, when you have kids that have trash parents and trash grandparents, what ends up happening is they try to force them, and they use their family ties to try and force them to live the lives they want them to live. And then those children never end up growing up to be adults that know how to handle themselves and know how to get out there and sit in a Wendy's and have a conversation that has to be had literally on a public basis without caring much what losers have to say about it. Um, so, when it comes down to it, remember that when you do the right thing, the bad guys walk away. All right. And if the bad guys don't walk away, you just put them out of their misery. Some people aren't willing to do that. I am. That's what I do. Um, but like I said, God bless the foster system, the adoption system. Um, Screw the people who say that the system is ineffective, because if it wasn't effective, I wouldn't be alive. Um, all it needs is more work. And like I said, I would any day, absolutely any day, I would rather turn around and make sure that CPS gets kids away from these scumbag grandparents and get them into families where they're actually going to be productive than have to put up with dealing with people who don't deserve to breathe because they're just taking up oxygen and not doing shit with their lives. And then turning around and trying to say the same thing about people that actually put work in, worth more than their productivity. It's not. We live in a world now where productivity is paramount, where we need to continue to build and to be able to rely on one another. And I can't rely on you if you make 150 grand, but you can't get yourself across the room without being an asshole. Am I going to talk like an asshole? Sure. But am I one? No. So for the people that hide behind the idea of not being an asshole, I'm excited that they're close to their graves. Why? Because that's one more baby that comes on the planet, puts oxygen in the lungs, and they're going to grow up to be something that they could grow up to be something that's going to make a difference. Somebody that's going to make a difference. But like I said, I've always been the guy that's willing to say stuff other people aren't willing to say. Um, but I don't pride myself on it. That's the difference. That's why I keep being able to do it. Because the difference between me and these people that keep trying to say how important they are, how special they are, and know what they're saying, is that I know that I'm not important. I know that I'm not special. I know that my value comes in my willingness to say what needs to be said, when it needs to be said, no matter where it needs to be said. And like I said, you say enough, you say what you need to be, that needs to be said the right way. Eventually the room goes silent. They complain, and then you catch them right on a hook, because by the time they go home, they have a heart attack, and those kids go into foster care. And that's somebody else's problem, not mine. If they were smart enough, they wouldn't be meddling in things they don't understand and end up causing themselves problems in their own family. But like I said, when people give me problems or try to, like I said, I pull rank and I just do what I got to do. I don't play games. No matter where I'm at, whether I'm sitting in a cell or whether I'm out here, I'm always working. And I'm known for that. So that's why, you want favor, do the right thing. Don't be worried about what people think. Just do what you got to do. And don't look at maturity when it comes to age, or don't compare what someone's maturity is based on their age. Don't. I would say, like I said, maybe 100 years ago, you could look at and say, okay, a 12-year-old is less mature than an 80-year-old. It's really creepy and unfortunate and uncomfortable, but nowadays, yes, there are 12-year-olds that are more mature than 80-year-olds or 60-year-olds. Welcome to the modern world. Um, but it just is what it is. So if I hear someone speaking common sense, I'm going to listen. If I hear someone not speaking common sense, I'm going to tune them out or try and figure out a way to get them behind the people who know how to speak. For example, there were a couple of people sitting over here that finally left because they couldn't stand themselves. And what do you call it? The grandpa had to make sure to be super loud, while the younger, and this is part of why I went off right now, is the younger ladies, the kids, whoever's kids they were, I don't know, but they were talking some common sense stuff and being respectful, but he had to make sure, it's just because it's always an age thing. They think because they're older they're more important, and I will not get that way. I will not get older and think that I'm more special. They always have to speak over people who know what they're talking about, and then continue to just decrease the intelligence of our country as a whole. Just one human at a time, one person at a time, just make us dumber. And like I said, for me, this is one of my last conversations about it, because I'm just getting out of the whole thing of it, because I don't have time to become dumb. I don't have time to become stupid. I don't have time to lose intelligence. Like, I like being smart, and I'm not going to have stupid people ruin my smarts and draw me in based on emotion. I'm going to move on and continue to be productive and help build this world, because I don't play. That's the difference. All right. So you got people, and that's the only reason I have any form of respect from the people that are in my corner and my brothers, is because that's what I do. That's what I'm known for. That's what I do. Is I go in there and I cut it like butter. I don't play. I don't even slightly play. I'm real serious about it because it's a serious conversation. It's a serious topic. Um, and I'm very glad that we live in a country and we live in a world where people are granted the opportunity to take things a little less seriously. But when it comes down to it, when things are the way that they are in certain places, work needs to get done, and that's just the way it is. And being here, this is not somewhere I want to be because it's making me sick. But what I'm going to do is just implement a few things, and I'll move on and make sure that they're just in place for the dominoes to fall and for good things to happen, not bad things. But just like I said, so this place could be run a little more smooth. But one request I will make to a couple of my constituencies. Sorry, I'm like super tired. But do me a favor, get the homeless people off the beach. I'm not kidding. Get them off the beach. This place cannot afford that. They cannot afford the drugs. We will lose this area. Guys, we are halfway to losing this area. And I know you guys are trying to be nice. Well, we can be nice to the homeless people. Even if it was me, pick me up if you have to. Like, just don't put up with it because it will get worse. The more you put up with it, the worse it's going to get. And it's one thing to be compassionate. It's another thing where, oh, they're not causing all that harm. No, they're not causing all that much harm until there's trash everywhere. And there wasn't 2 or 3 years ago. And you're starting to get drugs in your schools, in your private schools, that you're paying 50, 60, 70 grand for your kids to go to school. And they come home, you find out that they got drugs from one of those people that are hanging out in the park that you were nice to, that you felt bad for. Stop feeling bad for these people. They're not good people. They're drug dealers. They're scumbags. They're trash. They are literally destroying the community. And I don't care what propagandization you've experienced through the media or what you've been told about how you need to be nicer to people in those positions. Please understand, when they are not in front of you pretending to be poor and stupid, they are behind closed doors killing people, stealing everything that belongs to you, raping your children, and selling drugs, sometimes to your kids. So when you're done pretending like it isn't happening, the fact of the matter is, I would never raise my kids here. I wouldn't, because this is going on. And why am I pissed? Because I was. That's exactly what I was going to do. I came down here. I was going to get myself situated. I was going to start a family right here in Indialantic. Well, wouldn't you know? It's not the same, not even close to the same anymore. And I'm so pissed because this was the last place that I had. This is the last place that I had in this country that I felt safe and comfortable, other than California, to start a family. It's the safest place in the East Coast. I have a lot of family in the East Coast, and so I'm having to cope and adjust to the fact that I can't here, can't do it. So that's my spiel. Thanks for listening. I really needed to vent that out. But fuck, you know, I was this close. I was this freaking close. And California won't be any better in that perspective, but at least I'll be able to, go get a house on the hill instead of freaking. I don't have to deal with any of that. But it's still, I was hoping to do things the old-fashioned way right here, but it's not the same anymore. Oh, all right. Yeah, so if you guys haven't noticed, I absolutely can't stand drugs. Drugs really piss me off. And I used to think that people that do drugs weren't bad people and it's the drugs' fault. But what I'm learning is even people that get clean off of drugs that I've met and been around for the most part, most of them are still absolute scumbags. That it was their personality and not the drugs. The drugs just made them worse. So, you know, I guess just scumbags are attracted to the drug culture. But I have met a few. I've met maybe 2 or 3 or 4 people who used to be on drugs that aren't that bad of people. But I've never been a single person that does drugs that's decent, and that does include marijuana. I just can't support it. I've never been into it, and I can't support it. I know that's more of an unpopular opinion, and I get a lot of pressure in that direction. But when it comes down to it, if I ever come close to smoking or this or that, I just can't do it. It's just not. It's not for me. I really am adamantly against it. It's one of those things where I'm not being publicly swayed. I'm not being personally swayed. I'm not being peer pressured into not liking any of any type of drug, including marijuana. I wholeheartedly hate drugs and people who are dumb enough to do drugs. And then for the people that are peer pressured or ill advised enough to get pulled into marijuana and, oh, it's not a drug, you already know it's a drug. Like, stop acting like you're stupid. If you want to do it, do what you got to do. But when it comes down to it, you winning in the culture doesn't change the fact that I'm not going to complain, because it slows you down and makes you stupid. And then I stay ahead of you and I make more money than you. And then I don't have to deal with your dumb ass when I'm actually making progress. I don't have to deal with you in my environment when I'm actually making money, you know, um, which is really nice. Like I said, is one thing I do like about marijuana is that it has slowed down a lot of people that I would otherwise have to compete with, who just no longer have the mental capacity to be able to keep up. So I don't have to deal with people who just have horribly annoying and irritating personalities because they're too busy smoking weed and being lost in their own head. So, oh, by the way, take a look at this. I'm gonna show you this real quick. This is the police cars. I don't know if you guys could see that, but how cool is that? The police cars that they have here in this town. Now I don't know if because I don't see any. Oh my god, I can't wait these people are dead. Um, I can't see any actual like words on the cruiser, like about as far as autism awareness. But I would imagine that the puzzle pieces that are on the cruiser have to do with autism awareness, which which I've never seen anything like that anywhere, which is freaking awesome. But nonetheless, I just wanted to, like I said, I had seen that. I thought that was the coolest thing. Uh, anyway, all right. Yeah, and so yes, I did have a couple of things happen to me over the past couple of days. So I've also been venting on that piece of it too. Um, and we're not going to talk about any of that because that's stuff where, like I said, I don't need the extra drama, and I haven't gotten in contact with nobody's reached back out to me yet about having a wood chipper. So I just don't think it's a conversation for today. Um, yeah, Happy goes, Florida people are crazy, but they are though. I find a way to like anybody. So like some of them, it's a good kind of crazy, but they are definitely different. They are definitely very different. And I don't know. I think it's just because I've always been a tourist. I've never been somewhere, but just like in the thick of it. You know what I mean? I've never just been in the thick of it. And as I'm sitting here, I'm technically in the thick of it. And I have to say, yes, is Florida people are very unique. They absolutely are very unique. But I sit here and I wonder, I asked myself for a little while, I'm like, how did that happen? How are they? And then I remember St. Augustine and how people got here. And like people in Florida, a lot of people that are native from Florida or the culture that spread came from a totally different country that is quite different than most countries that have been settled, or most countries that have helped to settle, most people from countries that have helped to settle this country. People here are a little bit different. Yeah, and like I said, I got this thing where there are actually like these really beautiful young ladies around, and I'm just not feeling it. It's kind of nice. I'm just over it. I'm just over it. I just, like I said, when you've gone through enough in a negative way, eventually you don't even care. You don't even care how hot somebody is. You're like, where's my meal? I don't care. That's nice. You go, what do you call it? And I will also say though is for some reason certain people that I meet, they can't stop being good people, or I can't even say good people because I don't know them good enough for that. But what I will say is they can't stop being nice. They just keep being fucking nice, and it pisses me off because I'm really going the fuck through it. They just keep being nice, but I can't afford to be staying and making friendships and stuff. I just can't. I can't, guys. I'm so freaking tired. So I have to keep moving. I gotta go do what I do. I'm gonna have to figure out how to post up for a couple of days until my foot's not broken anymore, or at least it's healed enough that I could walk a couple of miles a day. But like for now, or with this whole situation, I can't do it. I wouldn't even get away with it. I wouldn't, even if I tried, I wouldn't get away with being here because they'd end up giving me an issue for living somewhere like this. You know, for living somewhere that has the quality of living has gone down. For what it was before, it would be different, but let's just say the statistics on the internet remain askew, and they need a little bit of a tweaking to be a little more accurate. And I'm telling you, from boots on the ground or feet on the ground, that it's not okay here anymore. The locals are awesome, but pretty much everything else going on is just not okay. So, and the worst part is it's not anybody's fault, you know. And but then they also have to solve the problem, but it's not their fault. But I'm just watching people choose to either be a part of the problem or be a part of the non-solution, and like that's so defeating and depressing that I can't be a part of it. When you know things are done, they're just done. It's just about the slow burn until it's out, and I more feel bad for people going through that than, and I can't be affording those emotions. I have to keep working. So. Hello, sir. How are you? All right. That song West Coast says it all. Mm-hmm. I think you deserve a big hug. Thank you. If only somebody actually liked was here to give me one. I just, it wouldn't, one from a stranger would not help. It wouldn't. Like my head is on straight. Like you guys might be like, oh my gosh, you're losing it. I'm actually not at all. Like I really am this pissed off. I'm not losing it at all. This is like a real thing that I'm dealing with right now. So as difficult as it may be to believe, it just sucks. How's it going today? It's just sweet heat. What's up? How are you? Good to see you. Hey, thank you for sitting and just listening to me rant. That was nice. That was nice. Yeah. So, did you get a mom's kiss? No, not that I'm aware of anyway. Would I? In a heartbeat. Absolutely. But did I? No. That I'm aware of. Like I said, I'm aware of. But if I did, I wouldn't lose sleep over it or blink about it. Um, I wouldn't blink about it. I wouldn't lose any sleep over it. Um, because, like I said, from my experience, the foster system is far more capable of raising a child than most birth parents nowadays. So I wouldn't be upset. Homie, don't play that. That's right, homie, don't play that. Gator don't take no shit. Sorry, different reference. Inside joke. Happy was dancing in the moonlight. Yes, this place they play some good music in here. Yo, one thing I could count on is Wendy's always coming through. Always. Um, how to? There are some. Okay, here's the thing with Wendy's. They're either super awesome, or you're like in a bougie area and like the lobby is barely even. You just can't go in the lobby. Like you're there for like 15 minutes and they're like giving you an issue because they're whatever the heck they're going through. I don't know. But you know when you get to a cool area or like not a cool area but a Wendy's, well that's the thing. There's the caveats or the upsides. Is in an area like this where the area is going to crap. Places like Wendy's that are usually like super uppity and actually really well put together are still only beginning to fall apart. So you have like that cool staff, but you maintain like a decent atmosphere that's enjoyable, and you could actually hang out, buy stuff, hang out, enjoy yourself. And it's not like just get your food and get out. Like, no offense, but if I'm gonna spend $15 on a meal of food that I already know is killing me, I want to get my money's worth. I don't understand people that go through the drive-thru. I don't. Like if I'm coming to a restaurant, I'm not going through the drive-thru. If I'm coming to a fast food restaurant, I'm coming in, I'm sitting, I'm using the electrical, getting my phone charged up. I'm getting my money's worth. I'm getting a couple of refills. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm spending $15 on something that costs 3.5 cents. I'm not. I'm not wasting my money. So. And either way, I'm wasting my money because it's unhealthy for me. So if I'm going to waste my money, I'm going to do it with my pinky up. I'm going to have a good time. So that's that. Um, Trailer bougie, you can call it. Should get up and dance, goes happy. I would, but you know, there's a thing called a 5150 or a 302. And I'm just not feeling it. Would that happen to me? No, the opposite would. People would get up and start dancing with me. But I would probably pass out from exhaustion and like Just stuff that I'm dealing with right now. So no. One day closer to Christmas, goes Chris. Hi, Chris. Yes, it is one day closer to Christmas. Thank you for the reminder, actually. I haven't celebrated Christmas in like 10 years, so thank you for the reminder. Um, uh, yeah, you try not being able to celebrate a single holiday for almost a decade. And then you turn around and tell me how shitty your life is. Boo fucking ho. Hugs, not drugs. That's right. That's right. And if you do drugs, you're going to get hugged so hard that your ribs break. Sorry, too far? No. No, it's not. It's just far enough. Yeah, like I said, I mean, nothing I'm aware of, but I wouldn't complain. Happy goes, Satan does drugs. That's right. Stay away from drugs. Satan does drugs. We don't do what Satan does. Poseidon goes, yeah, I know. Talk to the ladies, goes Happy. I'm not feeling it. Here's why. Is now that I officially know that talking to these ladies is gonna lead to sex, I don't want to because it's so taxing. Like, do you guys have sex? It's fun, but like, I'm gonna tell you the truth. It's not fun. I don't have fun. I don't. No matter how good it is, I don't have fun because I know how much other stuff I have to take care of. Maybe when I'm a millionaire, I can have a good time having sex, but I don't because I'm fucking poor in this perspective. Like, I got my stuff in real life and all that, and that's awesome, right? I have all, I could tell anybody what to do anytime, and for the most part, they're gonna have to do it. At least here in America. But you know what? I don't have money, so I don't care. I don't care about copulating until I can freaking feed myself without having to worry about society having a conniption or talking to me like I'm not human in a good way or a bad way. But like I said, I mean, literally every time I just start trying to do normal stuff, it doesn't go that way. So it doesn't go the way it's supposed to. So um, just make your move. No, it's not a confidence thing. I have plenty of confidence. I don't have an interest. I'm telling you God's honest truth. I'm more interested in money than women. I'm more turned on by money than women at this point in my life. We will wingman you. Why don't you wingman me all the way to the bank? How's that? Let's go shop for Rolexes. Let's do that. Uh, or even just Timex. I don't care. Leslie goes, sent a message. Uh, Let me know if there's a hotel. I have hotel points. Thank you. You are amazing. Thank you. It is so wonderful when people recognize the signs of insane levels of exhaustion. Thank you. Abby goes, everyone deserves a hug, especially you. I don't know why you're saying that. I don't trust you. They don't say those things to me anymore. Well, they've started to, but I said I'm super cautious now because the past 2 days I tried to like be around a couple of people and they're freaking nut jobs, and I didn't find out until they got like $20 out of me. Because that's the guy that I am. I'm the guy that gives people stuff, but then when they steal from me, I have to turn around and make them disappear. And I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the mood to deal with all this. Like I said, the cop car's got the autism stuff on it, which is awesome. So I'm gonna be that guy here? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave before I lose it because I'm not in the mood. And I've been through way too much. Even just here, and people like will laugh when my God, I just want to have fun, but I'm not allowed to have that kind of fun right here, right now. I mean, I am, but just please don't tempt me. Just don't tempt me. Why do people tempt me? It's a romance. People don't get it. Did I not say that I like money more than I like women? Well, I also like putting people in their place more than I like money. And like getting paid to put people in their place is kind of like my thing. I mean, I literally got like a legitimate thing out of it. I'm going to keep saying thing because you guys aren't allowed to know the rest of it. But like, yes. Why don't I do it all that often? Because I like how it feels too much. And if you feel too good too often and you feel like too high too often, then the decisions you make aren't nearly as culpable. And you guys already see that I kind of just do whatever I want to begin with, and that doesn't always work out for the people around me. So right now it is working out for the people around me. So I'm just going to keep doing what I'm already doing because I'm a Libra and I like things to be balanced. And right now we have a decent balance, so I'm gonna keep it that way. Um, Wendy's makes a lot of money, so they can afford it. Yes, they could. I got a couple of buddies who own a couple of Wendy's. They own freaking whole East Coast. This one might. We're in Indiana, Florida. They might even own this one, for all I know. One of them. But that would explain why I'm able to. Yeah. But regardless, um, yes, Wendy's makes an insane amount of money. But believe it or not, the people that own the Wendy's do not make the money. They really don't. Like there is so much investment involved in the operation and the continued like to keep the place running. It is very expensive. Um, it's not like McDonald's. Like it's well, Wendy's is like I'm not going to get into it because I don't fully understand myself. I'm just going off what I've been told. But there's the gist of what I know. Happy goes, sex is fun. If you say so. I have yet to have it be about me. So do I really know what I'm doing? Yes. Am I going to God's honest truth tell you that I screwed up on purpose because I'm a dick? Yes. Um, because I'm just like it amazes me with these women who will come along and they'll be like, they literally think they're the bee's knees. Like I swear to you, they think they're God, and like they're waiting to get down in bed with me and see my skills because they could see it on my face. You know, like they know that I know exactly what I'm doing, and they think that I'm just going to put out for them. When they what have they done for me? Like I'm not. I have confidence. I don't need to make you feel good to make me feel good, and you're not going to disrespect me all day long, spend all my money, and then turn around and think that I'm about to please you. I'll half please you. And then whenever it's all over, I'll let you think that I'm not that good at it so that you can tell your friends that I'm not good at it, so that your friends who are also losers like you don't come around me. Sometimes you got to do the opposite tactics, my friends. If you're dealing with a woman that you can't stand, don't give her good sex or she's going to come back. Make sure she doesn't enjoy herself. That way, she doesn't come back to you. And her friends don't come to you at all. Common sense. Demon goes, I remember you from Periscope. Thank you. Good to see you, brother. How are you? Yeah, oh my God. If I was sitting here with those 15 million hearts right now, I'd be in a mood. I'd be feeling good. I miss that. It was very structured. It was good. We had VIP status. We had the badges. We had, bro. I still remember getting my socks. I still remember getting my Periscope socks. I wore them everywhere. Um, but anyway, God, that was awesome. That's what they're the ones that lured me in to like make this, um, my secondary thing. But you guys got to. This really has become a passion for me. Like I haven't been live with you guys in a little, and I've missed you. I'm not even kidding. Like I really missed doing this. I really did. Uh, and it's something that I could do that I actually enjoy. That I feel like how do I put this? That's productive, but it's also socially enjoyable. I've never been much for just regular social interaction because I can't stand most people. But when like when I'm doing my thing and people are listening, it's different. You know what I mean? Because like I have a lot to say, and a lot of people want to hear what I have to say. So I like talking, but I'm not full of myself. That's the difference. Is I'm really not full of myself, but when I'm with people in public, like oftentimes they'll think that I am. Whereas when you get this perspective on the other end of the screen, for whatever reason, you guys realize that I'm not being full of myself. Um, and that part of it, like I said, I got my intelligence, but I'm not. At least you got to realize that smart people are not smart in every way. So like in this way, I don't have this articulated yet. I don't understand why people online recognize my humility, but people in real life think I'm a douche. Um, but I'll figure it out. Uh, did you make a new Clapper account? Classified. I'll give you the answer you gave me. Heavy goes, I think those that have been hurt the most don't trust kindness. It's okay. You got to be careful with kindness, though. It can be tricky. Like I said, the past 2 days, you would not believe the amount of money that I just spent that just came from my own side of things. Um, on a couple of people that I met that I thought, oh, I find them decent people. They lied to me about not doing drugs. They're drug addicts. Would have been nice to know prior to having like a complete fallout in the middle of the street over drugs, and I'm literally just standing there. I like put my hand up. I'm not even kidding. I was such a douche. I put my hand right up. Excuse me. I thought we don't do drugs in this circle. I was told we don't do drugs. And we don't do drugs. You're literally talking about a drug deal in front of me. What do you mean you don't do drugs? They said I do drugs. I was like, okay, well, that would have been nice to know, a couple dozen dollars later, earlier. and a couple of spending all that time with them earlier um, made me look like a complete piece of trash. Um, and I literally like carried everything for them and like helped them out with all this stuff, and the whole time they're just waiting to try and get their fix. And I'm not that stupid. I'm not, but they really sold it. They really did. And I feel so stupid. They're lucky I didn't do anything because I could have, especially in this area. Oh my god, I could do whatever the fuck I wanted, but I don't have time anymore to be retaliating. I don't. Life is short. I'm going into my, oh my god, I'm going to my late 20s, and I cannot afford to be retaliative. I can't afford to fight back anymore. Just because I want to put twice the amount of the energy into moving forward. Now if someone tries to shame me or make me look bad, trust me, you know, believe it or not, I found out personally that this glass, this whatever the heck this is right here, is a very effective tool. It's a very effective tool. But like I said, it's not me anymore. It's really not. And no, a woman didn't change me. God didn't change me. A kid didn't change me. I'm tired of being miserable, and being that way made me miserable. So I'm trying to do better. And all I ask is that you don't give me points for being a nicer person, or I will be mean to you on purpose just to shut you up and get you away from me. Because I am an individual and I don't look for those connections. I like being the way I am, but I like patting myself on the back. I don't want anyone patting me on the back. And that's just my personality. It's not narcissism. It's literally just I'm self-centered in a fashion where I am the only person I've ever had, and I plan to keep it that way the rest of my life. Um, it also makes me very effective at what I do. So, not looking to interrupt that. Where in Florida are you? I'm in the Atlantic. It's on the other. It's on the other side of the bridge of Melbourne. It's along A1A, which is a highway that goes down the east coast of America. It's like all beaches and houses and stuff. It's not nearly as exciting as it used to be. So I don't recommend, and I will say I don't recommend most American travel nowadays. Most American travel has gone to the crapper. It really has, unfortunately. If you're a tourist, go to another country. That's my recommendation: is invest in a passport and go to another country. You will spend 1/5 the money, and you won't just be walking around some random place covered in trash that used to be beautiful. But they just didn't really inform you that all the money you're spending was wasted. And why do I say it the way it is? Is because I don't have a reason not to say it the way it is. I could either be the guy that doesn't tell you, or I could be the guy that gets good karma for making sure that you don't waste your money. Poseidon says, should get a good pins on one of your friends' Wendy's. I don't need one though. You know, like, what do you need a job for when you could just get what you want when you want, however you want it? Why don't I have it right now? Because I'm in a mood. Like, literally, me sitting here like this, just with this here, it makes it look like I'm just kind of bumming in here, and that kind of makes me a dick. But it's a personal thing, It's like I'm pissed off that they're not keeping this place clean. I know they could, you know, but I will. I'll be getting a salad. Probably get like a Caesar salad or something like that. Oh, by the way, in case you don't know, Wendy's. Wendy's is the one place you're gonna go, fast food restaurant, other than Panera, that has actual salads, real healthy actual salads, and they're delicious. That's my personal opinion. Maria goes, I remember you on Periscope. Thank you. Yeah, I can't tell you how many people in lockup were calling me feet piece. Oh my gosh, it was hilarious. And I was trying to shut them up too, because like that was during a time when it was like all on the DL, and like literally if you were talking about it, you were getting all your teeth lost, all your teeth smashed out. And I tried to tell the one CO. So what I did instead was I made sure that the one CO, because there was another CO that she was super attractive and she was flirting with me and she wanted to hook up. So what I did instead was just got her and him together, and she calmed him down nice and quick. But she called me her turtle. I think you guys understand why. But dude, I should have. I totally should have. Now in hindsight, with what went on in that direction anyway, that's one that my God, you want to talk about a bragging rights? You want to talk about a memory? That would have been a memory. Giving her the good stuff and a freaking, what do you call it? Right in the control room. I could have, literally. I was gonna. And I just, like I said, I saw a situation that could have been more lucrative. The guy that wouldn't shut up about stuff, the one CO just would not shut up. So I got them linked up, and all of a sudden, he didn't have time for me. So, and that's all he needed. He was married, but he just wasn't getting what he needed. So he got what he needed. He shut his mouth, and it was nice. And the rest of whatever goes on with that is their problem. People make their own choices. You can put temptation in front of them, but whatever they choose to do is on them. Don't lead people into temptation, but it doesn't say you can't put it in front of them. You can test people. Nothing wrong with that. It's real life. We do it to each other all the time. Josh says, oops. J-Man goes, hi, how's the day going? It sucks, but I'm making the best of it, and the people around me are being kind of cool with me, just doing what I got to do to make sure I make the best of it. How's your day? Maria goes, and I'm also making sure that my vocals are ending up on someone in the background of somebody's call, which is going to bring them more stuff. Because for those of you who don't know, okay, if you don't know me, and then people are like, we're going to keep this a secret. Well, I'm ready to be rich and famous, so we're just going to out with it. During the rise of TikTok, during 2018 to 2020, with COVID and all that, there's a lot of shift into 5G, a lot of just logistics that I honestly don't even understand myself. If I'm going to be completely honest, like I totally plugged into it, fucking won the game, and I don't even know how I did it, other than just putting in some hard work. But my point is, find a way to be physically around me as long as you're not a creepy, weird person, you don't do drugs, and hang out for a while, and you will see what the fuck happens. Just watch. You have to. It's something you literally have to be around, or you're just gonna think I'm a nut if I say it out loud. Because I can't. I don't have like the details to fully even understand what the fuck is happening. But when I tell you, like, just fucking be around me for long enough, and you'll find out. And places that have more money, it happens less. And places that are less digitally connected, it happens less. But I kid you not, when I say I am plugged the fuck into this shit, I am plugged in. And I bet you $1,000,000 there's people who have already skeezed off of me, who already know what's going on or what the deal is with it. But with me, I have a lot of things that I know about and understand that when I talk about them sound kind of off, but not totally off. This is something that even when I say it out loud, proof is in the pudding, and like I've literally watched it happen, like endless occasions, like literally for the last 2-3 years, endless occasions. But even I feel like I sound nuts when I say it. But I have like the physical evidences where you see it in the way that people's you just got to be around me and you'll see what the fuck I'm talking about. But it is unbelievable. It's absolutely fucking crazy. It's like alien shit, in my opinion. Like how do you even describe it? And these are the times where it may be a good thing that every now and again I get fooled into hanging out with druggies on accident. Because then I could have an excuse as to why I'm saying what I'm saying right now, which probably sounds absolutely nuts. But come be around me. Just don't be a piece of shit, because then I'll have to put you in your place. But if you're a normal person and you got things you're trying to figure out, come buy me a burger, sit with me for an hour, and then watch how your Instagram blows up. Sound good? Awesome. And as far as Clapper, they may have pulled down the virality and the spread of the broadcast. But that's the beauty of it is I've been grassroots and rinse and repeat and shave the fat for the past decade. And then that's called stealing, and people end up paying for that another way instead of, because like it's one thing to come and like offer me something or do something for me, but people who literally just make sure that they end up on my camera are people who end up like losing their phone or losing money, or it's just karma. That's why my name's Karma. It's fitting. Somebody gave me that name and I said I'm gonna keep it. So, but anyway, what's Molly? Is it like ecstasy? I don't know. All I know is it puts holes in your brain, and I would definitely say that it probably does, because the people that were lying to me about doing drugs, after a while, started to see like they didn't really have an ability to form sentences properly. So it's like, all right, I just thought they were stupid, and then I realized, wait, I think it's drugs. Which being stupid is fine. Like I got my own ways of being stupid. I don't judge people. But no, it was drugs. Sweet Heat goes, sounds like everyone that's homeless lies a lot. I have met more people that are not homeless that lie than people that are homeless. What I've found is people that lie know how to hide, but they have longer. Fortunately, eloquent. No, they're more eloquent. Oh my god, the audacity. They're more eloquent with how they lie, is what it comes down to. It's and I will say this because it actually is something kind of near and dear to my heart that makes me kind of it's sad. Um, what do you call it? Is where you'll have people who tell the truth get screwed over far more, and it's true. You know, it's true. People that tell the truth definitely have a more difficult life and usually have far less than people who don't. Now, you want to know the people that have the most in this life are people who tell the truth when the truth is demanded, but otherwise don't say all that much at all. I'm not looking to have the most. I'm looking to be unbothered. And so I live a life that makes sure that I be left unbothered. But on the philosophy of conversation in reference to financial scenarios and what kind of deals you could actually find in a country like this, uh, that's how things work. Is don't lie if you're smart. Lie as little as possible, unless you're looking to be trapped somewhere, because that's what happens is you get trapped in your lies, which is fine for some people because they end up with an Escalade or some shit. Um, but if you want your freedom and money, don't tell the truth that often, but don't lie as much as humanly possible. Keep away from lying. Just don't let people know your business as much as humanly possible. Give them something else to talk about. And if they're more interested in you, like I said, my life got to the point where people are too interested in me. I just started making my life interesting on the surface level. So they don't want to know anything further. They're more interested in what's on the surface, which is better, because I don't really like sharing all that much anyway. Maria says the haunted hotel scope scared me. Yo, come on, tell me they weren't fun. That was fun. Yo, that was fun. My favorite was the ship. Was that boat? What was it? I can't remember the name of it. It's actually the first time I ever called a woman the B word. Was when I was on that boat. I still remember it to this day because I don't I don't disrespect women. That was one of the only times I ever disrespected a woman. I remember it to this day. It was the first time that I ever really disrespected a woman. Um, but she just kept getting on my nerves. It was online. Just kept getting on my nerves and saying all this stuff and just being super disrespectful. And I felt bad because I don't like blocking people. I don't. I like keeping people around. Even my worst enemy, and I will still try not to block you. But this woman just was saying the most obscene things, and eventually I just called her the B word, and I was just like, oh, I didn't like register, like, oh my gosh. And it turns out she was one anyway, so it is what it is. But yeah, that haunted ship was probably the coolest haunted thing that we did. We should do more haunted stuff. But like I said, I do have to get back into a position where I think what would be perfect would be if I found someone who is traveling, who has like an RV or something, or who stays in hotels, but like they make content. If we were going to do travel stuff, and I could just go with them, because I am past the point where I do it myself. I am. I don't need to do that anymore. But if I found someone that's doing it, and they wanted to just ride the wave of my traffic, um, I'd be more than happy to trade my traffic for a roof over my head, and not even a roof over my head, but just to get back to have one more shot at that travel lifestyle, because that was fun. But once I get out to California, like I said, that's done. But I haven't been making excuses. I haven't been making excuses as to why I don't want to get out there. But I've kind of just been accidentally busy, or accidentally not able to get there. But either way, give me 2 seconds. I got to plug up. See, and then there's smart ways to do it, where Broski, who minds his own business, does his job, and is actually a pretty cool dude, is currently covering for me. And I could say that, and you guys still know what the hell was going on. So, I said, now that is how it's done. That's how it's freaking done, and that's the right way to do it. Not these little thieves who think that that's not theft just because there's no label on it. It's still stealing, and I'm still gonna get it back from you. And I'm gonna take twice as much. I'm gonna charge you interest. So just don't take from me. It's not a very good idea. How do you think I got to where I'm at? Oh my gosh, I have so much fuzz on my chin. Why did you guys tell me? Why on earth did you guys not tell me that my face is covered in fuzz? Really? Well, at least my face. Yeah, I already know. Somebody under the breath goes, "You're being investigated." I'm like, I've been investigated since I'm 12. Like, shut up and go away. Um, yeah, I have. They're watching. I've had people watching me my whole life. I just learned how to start making money from it. You tell me 3 hawks in a cot. No. You offer me more. That is not enough to get my mouth open. You want me to? No. You fucking. No. I don't sell that low. Ever. And it's an expectation of gratitude too. They're like, "Why aren't you grateful for this?" I'm like, "Because I'm not lazy. I can get way more than this on my own. That's why. I think I need you to frickin' make every decision for me. I don't." Sounds like somebody with money is having a bad day. Maybe I should just take it from them. I'm thinking about it. They're communicating with me. I could always use another paycheck. All right, give me 2 seconds. I just gotta check my foot. It's currently broken. Ooh. Take care of that later. All right. Oh, I'd be lying if I said I was fine. You guys know I don't like lying to you. But I guess I gotta get a freaking salad, and then I gotta clean my foot at some point so it fall off. See, and it's amazing, and that's the other thing is I don't feel bad anymore for people who all of a sudden flip and are nice to me because like they think I'm gonna forget that they started off by being a douche. I don't forget. I am a freaking elephant when it comes to that. I don't forget anything. But let me check and see if I can get a salad real quick. Why is this not charging? No. Are we gonna do this? Because if I leave, I'm totally gonna have to take the place with me, or at least most of the money the place makes. We're gonna get it shut down, turn it into a Waffle House. They would do awesome. This place is going to shit, so Waffle House would be perfect. But let's see. I'm just gonna make sure. If I got a plug, then we won't do it. But if I don't have a plug, this is a future Waffle House. I'm not kidding at all. Not even the slightest. Nope. We are off base. Time to move. All right, guys. Unfortunately, I have to exit Loser Town, and I want you to wish me luck. I'm going to find somewhere else to go make money, and the people here are going to have to miss out and keep relying on the government because apparently Florida is turning into a really sad version of California. Wish me luck. And those 30 messages down below, send them to my DMs. I will read them. I just can't read them right now. You're really so annoyed that you stopped hitting on purpose. Oops. Alright. Oh, sorry I haven't been making actual videos. I just realized we're doing all these live streams, but I get so lost in doing live streams I don't realize I don't give you guys videos. It's not really my thing. So I said I'll go live with you guys, but for the most part, I don't really make content. I just come live because it's fun. So, alright. Thing you can do is just like support people in the way that they already live. Do not disrupt someone's lifestyle, even with a gift. Don't, because you're gonna ruin their life. Because our minds are not built to adapt that quickly. So, like, if you're gonna help somebody, do it in such a way that's sustainable. Don't pull them out of their lifestyle. Just help guide them along in whatever they're already doing. Personal recommendation. That's what I do. Like I said, I just don't. I don't play that game with anybody because things have gotten to that point where I can't, and my conscience won't let me either. Won't let me do, what I used to be able to do. Because I feel bad because then that kind of stuff goes people's ways and they're like, oh, that's what I want. Well, they want it until their lives fall apart. And that happens every single time. So I can't anymore. But on a positive note is most people that I meet because of where I'm at in my life think that I'm some sort of a player. When I tell you I am not a player at all, I am lying to your face. I'm totally a player, but I don't play anybody because I don't have time to. And so what I usually do is keep to myself, mind my own business, and try to just pass the beautiful woman on to, whatever attractive man needs a mate for life. And that's where that pulls into the other half of the conversation is commitment. Oftentimes you'll see a beautiful woman, she'll be with a man or something. Their expectation is for me to be like, coming after them or something. Not realizing I was raised real traditional. My parents were married for 50 years. So for me, the parents who raised me married for 50 years. So what I enjoy doing is getting people together and getting them to stick together. And if I'm going to be with somebody, it's going to be with somebody who's not trying to be with anybody. You know what I'm saying? And that's just because that's where my life's at. But it always sucks when a chick gets me wrong, or she's with somebody and I'm like, you don't get it. Like it's a boundary thing for me. Like I just can't. But what I will do is find a way to make, I'll play that jealousy game with them to get the boyfriend more interested, more invested, and that's always fun. I've done it a few times. It's incredibly fun. You don't do anything with them, but just hang out with them, and then the boyfriend's like, who are you hanging out with? And then before you know it, there's a baby on the way. And I don't care if you judge. Not my problem. You can't judge me, so I'm gonna have my fun. That's what I'm here for on this planet. But I've never met a woman that doesn't want a child. Never met a woman that doesn't want a baby. Not yet, anyway. Men, admittedly, I have not met a man that doesn't want a kid. I've met men that pretend like they don't want kids. But I've never met a man that actually doesn't want kids. So I'll leave it at that. It's what we're put on this planet for. You eat, you sleep, and you make babies. Those are the 3 core parts of existence. Staging area now. And the rest of it is we as a species are awesome enough to be able to build a Starbucks. And I swear to you, I'm currently looking at a ninja. Okay. I'm not even kidding you. I would show you, but it would be inappropriate. But straight up, this woman's a ninja. Super cool. Anyway, I do not enjoy myself too much. No, I don't. If I didn't, I would go nuts. Literally. Stacy, welcome to the broadcast. And thanks for the follow. Butterfly, welcome to broadcast. Diana, welcome to broadcast. Jupiter, thanks for the hearts. ID and Dewey, welcome to broadcast. I apologize. Oh, and as far as the rest of it, you guys say about covering somebody's sex. You do it. You freaking do it. I'm running point. I'm in front. It's my job. Quit telling me to do somebody else's job. That's what I'm saying on that. You do it because you could do it better than I could. So do it. So my apologies. It seems like there might have been a mix-up. Hobby activity you enjoy doing in your free time. I like eating. You know the truth, I like eating. And I like coffee. Oh. Yeah, you guys saw that. Literally falling apart and just trying to pretend it's not happening. That's right. I'm really not, at all. But I like to push limits. That's something you guys don't know about me. For those of you that are newer, is I had a couple of years where I was really being drugged down by somebody, right? Not some of the more awesome people that are around me, but somebody that was just really destroying me. And I got away, and I'm doing me. And I'm being the adult version of what I used to be. I used to be a freaking maverick. I do whatever I wanted. You come to a Starbucks, I wouldn't be disrespectful, but I would do what I'm doing right now, except I would be involving the people around me less than I did before. Before I would only be talking to people on the screen, not somehow, using my peripherals to pay attention to what people around me are doing. What's on their screen, somehow I'm able to kind of decipher based on their, looks on their faces and try to be more engaging than just with the audience on the screen. So it's fun. Like I said, it's but I'm slowly getting back to being me, and it is so much fun. I can't believe I never stepped away from doing this. I can't believe it. But congratulations on what? Rookie task. Streaming for 5 minutes. I've definitely been streaming longer than 5 minutes. Wait, give me a second. I know I have a sandwich somewhere. Give me 2 seconds. They're over here friggin' helping people steal from me. It's the American way. Can't get mad. Give me 2 seconds. worrying about me because like I've been in this condition before. I'm fine. I just I power through it and then I heal up and then I'm fine. It's just not fun when I have to push a little harder than I'm used to. Here's the thing. Tastes like maple syrup. Buy one. Now, Starbucks app. It is a chicken breakfast sandwich. And it's warmed. They warmed it. It's delicious. So buy one. Go buy one right now. I'm not asking you. This isn't an advertisement. It's a stick up. Go buy a chicken sandwich. Starbucks. And get yourself an Oreolos. I don't even know what the heck this is, but it is incredibly tasty. And I cannot place the taste. I don't know what flavor it is, but I love it. So I'm gonna have some more. And as far as what I get at Starbucks, I'm back and forth about it. It really depends. You know what I'm saying? Anything to get the job done. Like that's what they hate me because they hate me. Like you don't have it because you don't do it. Just do it. And if you don't want to do it, then don't do it. But don't hate on the people doing it. I'm here for a reason. You won't find out till I'm done. You want the truth. Cop working the broadcast. Sergey working the broadcast. Jamie, thanks for the duck box. Jamie, thanks for the follow. Clean your rookie level task. Yeah, we are getting somewhere because I'm starting to come through the whole Matrix type situation. So officially making progress, which is very exciting. I just don't take any of this stuff seriously. That's why I'm off the cuff. I'm also annoyed because I'm tired. Yogi, welcome to broadcast. Keisha, welcome to broadcast. Lily, Kenny, Denora, Irina. This is so eat it too much. Yeah, I'm eating way too fast. I'm gonna end up going to the bathroom and losing it. I just slow down. Rosemary, welcome to broadcast. Irina says, what are you doing? What am I doing? What are you convicting me? What am I doing? I'm doing whatever the hell I want to do. Yeah, I got you, bro. Of course. Thanks for asking. I'm not just leaving it there, you know what I'm saying? All right. See, now this I could appreciate. It's a little different. I'm not a big fan of expectations. And people I've been around the last couple of days had some expectations in my direction. I communicate in a fashion that appears to be expectational, but it's direct communication. Is a very big difference. Also people have, you have commitments to one another, things you already agreed upon. But now I'm starting to be around people that, freaking have common sense. It's kind of nice. I can't stick around either way, but oh, I didn't tell you guys. I don't know if I want to tell you. It kind of makes me sick, but because I didn't really choose it. But I'm okay. For those of you that are over on the other platform when I live streamed, I told you guys what happened, but like I said, I'm okay. Technically, I did not say no to her. And it goes, oh, that's adorable. G-Blood, welcome to broadcast. SAH, welcome to broadcast. Quan, Papa, and what do you call it? America. Yeah, I'm America. Now, next week, when you guys tune in, I might not be. So just assume where I'm at and be very careful you comment because there are cameras everywhere nowadays. And if I'm not in America and you guys say certain stuff, I have and could get in trouble. So you want me to live stream with you? I need you to just be tiptoe with me. So you made a lady, Jarvis. Hi, Jarvis. I need an action, Jarvis. Jarvis just messaged me. I need a real Jarvis. God, I'm pretentious. that's the other thing. It's like, if you don't like how I am, then don't talk to me. If you don't mind how I am, or you like how I am, then talk to me. This is how I am. I'm not gonna fake it. You're from Japan. Welcome from Japan. But yeah, I met a lady. I did. I think somebody else might be about to meet a lady, just based on that. I think he needs it, so I'll let it happen. He's gonna fight it, because we're similar. He's gonna let it happen. Let's have a good time. I learned that the hard way. These ladies, bro, let me tell you for real. When you turn down these ladies, it goes worse than when you let it happen. I'm not kidding. Like, you turn them down, they get pissed. They start coming at you for real. But I've learned, don't say no to a lady. I'm saying what no one else will say. I say the forbidden. You guys know I do. But no, I don't have a wife. But no, I met this chick, and well, let's say I woke up with her. I went to bed, and I was not alone in bed when I woke up. I was not alone in any way, shape, or form when I woke up. And like I said, I was not cool with it, but it is what it is. I'd have more to complain about if, yeah, no, it's just I can't believe that happened. But it is what it is. Most of us guys just don't say anything about it, you know. And that's also what amazes me. It's like, these ladies will come out and like they'll invite it. Like I've met women who are trying it that way, so I'll turn them down. But you know, these women that'll go and do that to a dude. But then if a woman does it, or what do you call it? You know, trying to trap them. Then turn around, and if a woman does it to a guy, but actually does it, they're telling you to shut up, and it just makes you kind of want to call corporate, have fun with it. What would you say? I don't know. I just make something up. I'm at that point right now. But yeah, it's people know what to do when you do what most people do, but when you do what most people don't do, they don't know what to do with it. They don't have protocol for it. And I used to not be that way, but I've actually learned from my haters. I kid you not. My losers, as I call them, they do not die. They do not fail. They don't win. But constant loopholes seem to be a way to keep you out of the dirt. So yeah, I have to give them props for that. So utilize the loopholes. I just won't be a hater. Lloyd, welcome to the broadcast. Lon Ceylon, welcome to the broadcast. I double down on something. I don't know. I could actually have some fun with this. For the love of Christ. I don't know what's going on, but you better be Irish. Alright. So, as I was saying, Fonzie, what's up, dude? Bro, you come to Puerto Rico? I'm not even kidding. I might drag you guys into it. For real. Like, for real. Yep. And I know they say that pioneers get the crap end of the stick, but they're the ones who get their names on stuff. All right, you could be a settler, and that's cool. You get to enjoy your life, but pioneers get immortalized. I like the idea of immortality, so I'm instead of doing the pioneering. I don't really do it for the sake of that. I do it because it actually is a passion of mine to get into new stuff and, you know, help build new stuff. But the secondary benefit doesn't sound too bad. It's too hard for me. No, probably. It's all right. Just get into something that's more. Be part of something that's more sensible for you, something that's better for you. For the level of stress I'm feeling, I'm thinking about just getting a second coffee and a second sandwich. I bet you that if I look up somewhere, they probably have like deals where I could get like a full box of these sandwiches. Let's sit out there and eat them. They're really good. I'm so freaking stressed out. It's not even funny. And as I sit here, I couldn't imagine, like, people that are living regular lives, how you could be that stressed out. But the reality is, I've never lived a regular life, so I don't know what it's like to be regular stressed out. But from what I'm seeing, if I'm going to be completely candid, it seems to me like people living regular lives that are that level of stressed out are actually that stressed out, just in different ways. Like, when I really test people's patience and figure out what they're made of, oftentimes people really do have that much on their plate, but it just doesn't look that way to me, you know what I'm saying? But oftentimes people think that way of me too. And I think that I don't have a lot on my plate. They're technically right, because I try to keep my stomach small, but other than that, I'm not even gonna honor that nickname. I was gonna tell you guys what my nickname is, but I actually want that nickname to die, so I'm just gonna not. Like when when I'm walking down the road here, I realize that I'm actually walking down the road with a broken foot. And I hit a goddamn so good shit. That's when it sunk in that I need to stop pretending like I give a shit. I need to stop forcing myself to care more about people than I should. I just have to go back to the way I really am, where I am disastrously self-centered. And ironically, people like me better that way. I don't know why, but might as well. I'm gonna miss. I'm not gonna miss any of it. I just wish I had stuff that I could miss. I just don't. But with that void comes the opportunity to fill it. And thank you guys for thank you all for giving me the opportunity to open up to you and be real with you and share my life with you the way that I do. It really is an honor. An honor not a lot of people get to have. So for me, I really am deeply grateful. And, some people might think my life to be boring or pathetic or, they don't think that career-wise, but like on a personal level. But for me, I wouldn't have it any other way. If I would have been caught off guard by what that guy said. But instead, I just don't give a shit. Because I know I'm right where I'm supposed to be, doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. I love you guys. Don't forget that. Our student broadcast, Miss B, how are you? Thank you to those of you that are starting to get more interactive on that other platform. I just realized that I haven't been posting. I've just been doing live, so I'm trying to post more. But I'm not looking to turn it into a thing where I'm like, what do you guys want to see? Like, no, I'm going to come live and we're going to be bored together. And that'd be awesome. Salazar, привет, как дела? Сколько тебе лет? Tarus. Those of you in the broadcast that are Russian, where are you coming from? What part of Russia are you coming from, and how old are you? So here in America, I'm invisible, apparently, and I'm a dog. That's why I'm excited to get back to Moscow. After California. Definitely after. And for those of you that don't know, I am an American. And as far as the war in Russia, I side with America. Russia's being stupid. That's what it is. I think they're going to take over the world. Trust me when I say, there's no way Russia's taking over the world. And them in China think they're gonna, but we already have their entire infrastructure mapped digitally. talking about like all the internet stuff. It's already ours. They just don't know it yet. Gotta give it time, and they'll figure it out slow but sure. Fire! What's happening? We are a very peaceful nation. People just underestimate how peaceful we actually are. We move quietly and quickly, and sometimes while being loud. But we always get what we want. Definitely relate to enjoying food and coffee. Do you have any favorite? And this is me reading messages, by the way. Like, I'll straight up, I'll sit here and talk to you guys. I wish you guys more you would message me, because I love this. I absolutely love this. Do you have any favorite types of cuisine or coffee beans that you prefer? I love Death Wish coffee, if you've ever had it. Strongest coffee I've ever had. I have yet to have, like, real coffee. So, if I'm going to be honest. Oh god, it's going to suck later. It's going to be so painful later. Types of cuisine. Excuse me. I don't know. I really don't. Name types of cuisine if you could. And we'll go through and I'll pick one. I personally love trying new coffee flavors and exploring different cafes around town. Cool. Yeah, he said, since going mainstream, I pretty much just had to go to Starbucks and I'm literally not allowed to go to local places. I will if I don't live stream or I don't do anything with social media. But if I go to a local place and I do something on social media, before you know it, they got like 150,000 followers and the cops are literally trying to get me put in prison. So I just don't do that anymore. But I am the guy that literally what people won't do is what I will do. I'm not kidding. I will always try the thing that people won't do. And they're like, if you do this, you're going to prison. And I'm like, red button. And I did. So I learned, and I wouldn't take it back for the world. But what I could tell you is when a lot of that inside footage gets leaked, that's going to be some pretty sick stuff out there. Oh, and it is also my cue to tell you that you guys do have my permission to leak that stuff to the internet. I'm totally fine with it. Just want to tell you ahead of time. And you have this on recording that I said it out loud. But I think it's about time that word get out about all that. I think we got some fun with it. So. But that was freaking wild. Absolutely wild. I was scared for the first 15 minutes, and then I realized that, it could be fun. So I made it fun. But, don't welcome broadcast, Pinky welcome broadcast. Well, I have to say, being in Starbucks, I feel like it might be in California because there's some characters that come in here. Yes, what I see the most based on the creative space that I come from, or that I, got into, I should say, is all the potential. There's so much stuff that people could do at the same time as what they do to get into the creative space. I'm not even kidding you. And I sit here and I see I literally see talent around me, as much of a dork as I sound like. But, I see a writer, I see an actor, I see a critic. Everybody has a role, That's also why I love what I do. Everybody has a role. In regular life, it's you don't always have a role. But, in the media industry, there's a job for everybody. There's a place for everybody, no matter what you're doing, no matter where you're at. There's no such thing as not fitting in. All of us are weird, and that's part of the fun. And the reality is, in my opinion, is that everybody's weird. Everybody's different. It's just whether or not you engage and, if you accept and acknowledge yourself for the way that you are, no matter how you are. So yeah, the next challenge is going to be figuring out, how quick do I want to get home? Well, I have not decided yet, but I'll get there. For now, I'm just doing me. And yeah, like I said, Starbucks is definitely far more my environment, and I'm way more in my element here. I act more myself here, and I'm starting to just ignore the judgment of people that are like, look, you come from the country, you grew up on a farm, you're the laborer. And I'm like, but I'm white collar when it comes to all that stuff to begin with. I did all the sales going on. But on a personal level, yeah, I know how to get my hands dirty. But that doesn't change the fact that I don't fit into any of it. And I'm the guy that likes to come and sit in Starbucks and live stream. I don't want to do anything else. I like what I do. So, whatever it is that you do, that you like to do, go do it. You think six years ago, I could have hit somebody up and just message them, say, send me a sandwich. And it's not just about that. It's I could have $1,000 in my pocket, and I could still reach out to somebody and say, will you send me a sandwich? Yeah, sure. Because I do the same for them. It's about building them connections, you know? It's always nice to have those connections. But that doesn't happen unless you actually care. They're not business connections. That's the difference. They're personal connections. And don't be ashamed or afraid to activate those personal connections. People love to be helpful. I love to help people. I don't always like being around them because I'm very independent. But when I'm not lying to you, I'll say that maybe I do like people. But if you tell anybody, if I tell you, I have to kill you, kind of thing. You didn't hear me say that I like people because I don't hate them. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Crystal, welcome to the broadcast. And on a personal level, you are not going to find a better Cupid than me. And yeah, I'm saying that proudly. You will not find a better matchmaker anywhere than me. I dare you to try. Dare you. You will not find anybody better at getting two people to be stuck together than me. Hello. And last word of advice is don't get embarrassed or have shame. Be you shamelessly. And when you see beauty uncomparably, have gratitude, enjoy from a distance, and then move on. I'm Serena, welcome to the broadcast. Aragon, welcome to the broadcast. And never, ever, when it comes to relationships, do not let, whether you hate each other, if you're like talking to someone like this person can't stand you, you can't stand them, what do you call it? If it takes you years to get their interest, whatever it might be, if you want to be with somebody, you're going to end up being with them if you want it bad enough. Whether it's just you that wants them, they want you, it's creepy. That's only creepy if the person says it's creepy. I can tell you, I know plenty of couples that got together and one of the two spouses had to work for a long time to get them to be together, or where they hated each other, and in some way, shape, or form, they were kind of forced around each other, and eventually they started liking each other and they turned into something. So, excuse me, never doubt the possibilities. What do you call it? There's one of my bosses a couple of years ago. He's married over 20-something years, and he pursued his wife for 7 or 8 years before she would even date him. Yes, I said date him. And he was a millionaire the entire time. and she would not date him. It took him 7 years of courting her, sending her flowers, making sure that he would get her some on her birthday, whatever it might be. And eventually went from "you're creepy" to "yes, I'll marry you." Because, and there's no other way to say this, so we're going to say it the way it is. When it comes down to it, eventually, if that woman don't find somebody else anyway, I mean, maybe they'll settle with you. Because eventually, there's going to come a time when they realize, like, hey, this person's been here for me the whole time, and it's time to settle down, and there isn't anybody else that's worth settling down with. And even if your last choice, if you love them as much as you say you do, last choice is better than no choice. And then last but not least is when it comes to love at first sight, be very careful. Make sure that it actually is first. Like for you. Don't let it be infatuation. Don't let it be some sort of an interest or whatever. But if it goes that direction for you, like on the immediate, then pursue that. Because I can tell you 4 different couples growing up who are either, one of them's deceased, unfortunately, but they were married 20, 30, 40 years. And then, like, some of my parents married 50 years that raised me. And that love at first sight, the guys, the man said, you know what, she's mine. I know exactly what I want, she's mine. And you pursue it. And if it doesn't work out, it's your own fault. And I'm speaking from experience because I fell in love at first sight. And it didn't work out. And it was my own fault. But, I chose my career path. I chose to serve the public and give more of what people need than to have the life that I wish I could have had. I wouldn't have if she didn't have other options, but she had other options that she would have been happier with and probably is happier with anyway. So, that's fine. But like I said, if it is something where it's love at first sight for you and you want it as bad as you say you do, pursue. Until you get that yes. And then I'll tell you what, you never know. You might end up getting on that date and find out you don't like them near as much as you thought. But until you're in that situation, you're really never going to know. And don't sell yourself on pipe dreams. That's the last thing. Do not tell yourself you are in love if you are infatuated. Just don't do it. Really get to know each other. I know it's like in today's day and age, people don't do that. People really don't date for a long time. But I'm telling you, the worst mistake you can make is jumping right into something. Unless you really click. Like if you really, really click, it's different. But it's rare. You gotta realize how rare that is. So going in with that slow approach oftentimes will work either way. Because even if you go in with the slow approach, it doesn't mean that things can't change to fast pace. But my recommendation is to always go in with a slow pace and just give yourselves time to figure out whether or not you want to be together, you want to spend that kind of time together. And this is for the guys. Do not ever make the woman aware that you have long-term intentions. I don't care. This is words from a player who has also been long-term committed. I'm telling you, no matter what woman it is, as soon as she knows that she has you, they start taking control, which is fine when they're good at it. But if they're not, if you're dealing with a woman that's not good at controlling the situation, the way you maintain control of the situation is by not letting her know that you plan on being with her long term. She does not need to know that you plan to be with her long term to be with her long term. So if you plan to, she doesn't need to know. You can just show her. At least until marriage, and then obviously she needs to know. But word of advice from just a young person, old soul that has been through a little more than the average baby face. Alright, I'm done.
I should be able to make this work. Yeah, thank you so much.
Crystal, thanks for the follow. And we're also going to bring it full circle. We're going to bring it full circle and say one more time is no matter what your situation is, do not judge yourself. No matter the situation, do not have shame about your situation. That wasn't just applicable to your career, that was about your personal life too. You don't have to answer to anybody, even if you think you do. And if you choose to, that's your prerogative. Sophia, thanks for the follow. Jenny goes, damn. Yeah. People always like what I have to say, and then I'm like one of them green shakes. You know, it don't taste good, but then later on you're like, man, that was a good choice. So, some people chose to listen, some people didn't. By the way, I'm done. Thanks for the information. Well, I hope that something that I said there had some value to you, because it was actually really difficult to say. Believe it or not, all of it. It's extremely difficult to say. Because I wasn't preaching or trying to tell you what to do. I was literally straight up sharing personal life advice, and I do not do that on here. So now I do. So finally out of the woods. Finally out of the freaking woods. Man, was it scary. That's coming from me. I don't get scared. I was freaking scary, man. You guys have no idea. But anyway, alright, I'm gonna dip out of here real quick. I'm not starting the broadcast, but I'm gonna go to my messages real quick, and then I will be right back. I'm gonna keep blessing this Starbucks. I'll admit to you guys is that I am really going through it, like straight up, like I'm actually going through it pretty hard. But I'm also doing my best not to share too much about what I'm going through, because I don't want to take advantage of my own situation. Like something I used to do that I'm really trying not to do anymore is where like I'll be going through something, and then like I know people that are like Machiavellian, you know, like they'll use it to their advantage. And do I believe in doing whatever you got to do to make sure you stay ahead? Yeah, absolutely. But am I gonna do it? I really try not to, because when I tell you, it literally makes me sick when I do. That's just because of how I am. Like, I can't bear myself. I have trouble dealing with myself when I make those kind of choices. That's just because of how I was raised. But what do you call it? If you got to do it, I don't judge you, but I don't know how to make those kind of choices and still be okay with myself. At least not yet. I don't know if I ever get that desperate, but right now I'm not. Oh, and another thing is, when you stick to who you are, you will find that your horizons expand in reference to what you you just learn to appreciate far more than you used to. Last 2 days were wild. Oh my gosh. And see, I should have been going to parties and going to clubs. I don't know, here freaking put in this work. And I shouldn't be. You know, I'm supposed to be done. It's tough though, you gotta realize, like, sometimes work can become an addiction. I'm supposed to. It's not. I wouldn't call it retiring, because I don't have a pension. I'm supposed to be done. I don't want to quit, but I have to. I really, really have to.
Yeah, just like a heavier splash instead of the regular splash. So we can just have a little bit more. Thank you so much. Sorry to be complicated. Thank you.
Well, Lori, welcome to broadcast. Just sometimes what I witness is very cool. Prince, welcome to broadcast. No, you just leverage that in reverse. Anyway, I really try not to get involved in certain, like, if it's not my pace, I can't. But if it is, I do. It's not that I can, or I should, or I could. I do. That's that. Prince, thanks for the follow. And never don't read a book.
Thank you.
Now, hear what I said there. I didn't say don't judge a book by its cover. Don't judge at all, because if you judge, you're not that smart. but read the book no matter what. Pick the book off the shelf and read it. Pick the book off the shelf and read it. Like, almost no matter what. Now, in my opinion, as long as it's educational and nonfiction. But I'm kind of like I said, people get surprised about that because of the industry that I'm in. Like, well, you're in media, you're in all that, why don't you? Because I like learning. It's a learning thing. And most of us do love learning. But like I said, get into just especially when your day-to-day life is mostly about stuff that isn't real or is like only close to reality. It's really refreshing to put your nose into a book that is real, about what's real. So, but please understand that no matter what you do, when it comes to the West Coast and when it comes to the mentality of being in this industry, you will, no matter what, just because of the way your brain functions and the effects of attention, certain levels of attention, you become pretentious, and you literally can't avoid becoming pretentious on some level. It's literally just part of it. But you will also find that the you that is slightly pretentious is comparatively more enjoyable to be around than the person you used to be. But you only find that out once you make that shift and move into better things. Jerry, welcome to the broadcast. Alright, give me 2 seconds. Yeah, do not take work advice from me. I am a class A workaholic. Like, if you were to take a drug addict, I would be like the worst on the planet. Like, I am a workaholic in every sense of the word. I do not have anything else that exists in my life except you guys and work. And especially when the pay sucks as bad as it does, definitely workaholic when, even when the pay sucks and you keep doing it. I would say that it's a passion thing, but there's only certain things that I do that are a passion, and the rest of it is mostly workaholism. And for those of you that don't believe in workaholism or the existence of it, it's definitely a real thing. It is when working pervades your personal life to a level where you don't have a personal life, and that is the definition of the life that I live. So I don't know how to get any better than I am. I've tried therapy, I've tried all of it, and I can't break this cycle. I've tried plenty of times. So give me 2 seconds. Melissa, welcome to the broadcast. Oh my god, I can literally feel those. Where are you at? A single one? It's kind of nice. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. Oh, love of God. I'm so pumped. Sorry. I am so dead. That's alright, I'm fine, I swear. Alright, give me 2 seconds. Alright, so I'm gonna check this real quick. Guys, it's not showing. I think we're in the middle of June. Okay. I cannot be here for a month, and that's literally what I said I was going to be here for. No, we need to skip this step somehow. Still don't know yet. They say it's impossible, and then I say, you mean the thing I did last week? That's what we do. We do the impossible. And then it's no longer impossible, and that's kind of the thing where people get upset with me because they don't like people knowing that it's not impossible. But that wouldn't be me if I didn't do it. I found a way to turn it into a niche, and now we're all set. And now I get to be like Marshmallow, where he frickin'. For those of you that don't know, I'm going to share this, and you didn't hear it from me, but there's a lot of us that do like stuff with the government, and that's a big piece of being able to maneuver the minefield that is society. But like he does a lot with drones, and like we're not even going to go into it. But me personally, I do a lot of adjustment just for people that are chilling and minding their own business, but are getting knocked off course and don't know it. Just keep them in check, and by checking people that are trying to check them. So like I said, whatever your specialty is, just stick to it. Whatever you're good at, just do it. And never doubt yourself. Never give up on yourself. I tell you, I am actually living the life of my dreams. It doesn't always feel like it, but then I turn this phone on, I turn on the camera, I sit here with you guys, and I realize like I can't even believe I'm alive, and I would not have it any other way. I'm so blessed. I'm so lucky, like for real. So anyway, Melissa, welcome to Broadcast from Stun. Just hey, how are you doing? I'm okay. So just kind of just coping with where I'm at physically. I'm just mad because, and I knew it was going to go this way too, as I came here expecting it to be the way it used to be. And it's not, it's not even the area there as much as it is me. As like coming up to the Starbucks, I realized like I was being a little trigger happy, pun intended. And looking around, I see that things are pretty much normal. And then I changed, and I don't fit in here the way that I did before. And it sucks. It really does. Because I just, I thought I'd come here and I could, I don't know, just figure something out here. Just to have something on the East Coast, because I'm up north is just done. It's done. Out west is okay, but down here, I like it down here. But I don't fit in anymore. I don't. No. Go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated. I think we take a lot of pride in tolerating one another. It's a nice thing to do, is to put up with one another and learn about one another. But if you've ever experienced one another in such a way where you celebrate one another, you really like each other, like full on, not just because like you kind of get used to it, but because you're like you embrace each other, because it's a different connection. I don't know how to say it. You'll never again be okay with just being okay. It becomes like a hunger just for those connections. So I have to continue chasing those connections, But people over here, they connect in a different way. And I have been westernized all the way, just Americanized. I've always been Americanized. But now I know where I belong, and I gotta keep heading towards home. And I really fought to try and stay around this area. I really did. Not just here in town, but like down in Florida. But get in where you fit in. And I'm already in. So I need to get back to where I fit in. I wouldn't say being out here was a mistake. I don't think I would have found out any other way. But it hurts. So, I'll pretend like you don't have feelings, but there are a hell of a lot of them. So that's what it is. Welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for welcome on. And yeah, people get bored of me. I don't blame you. But that's another thing, is being in this industry and being an entertainer is like, it's a mindset of like, what's the next thing I could say that people like? What's the next thing I could do that people appreciate? But there's only so far things can go, only so much I could do. But anyway, how goes the day? Today finally got better. I'll say it that way. Past 3 days have been hell. My own fault. But lesson learned. Now I am once again recovering at Starbucks as usual. And then tomorrow I will probably come back and do the same thing, just outside. Not being nearly as annoying. at least, like I said, until I need to give my foot like a week's time to heal up, at least to go back to it, at least a sprain. Or I may decide to find a faster way home, but I've just kind of been avoiding getting home. And the truth is, I'm nervous. Like I said, after getting promoted and things moved into a better spot, I'm scared. Actually, like full on. So this little vacation of mine, I've been trying to enjoy it as best as I could. But when I get home, I'm really gonna have to get to work, and not the kind that I like, So I'm gonna have to learn to like it, and then start shifting into play things that I like better. Jeffrey, welcome to the broadcast. Lee, aloha, welcome to the broadcast. And we are 100%. Wow, these people around here are like me. I wish what is it? There's fit in, there's belong. I could say that. I said I could fit in here, but I don't belong here. I really don't. And this guy outside, he might be somebody that I know. I was sitting here and that just registers. I'm actually known from here. If it is what I think it is. Kind of hope it is. That'd be awesome. But, never believe in accidents. Just saying. What kind of work do I do? I am a full-time live streamer, and I am now going to get into like acting and stuff, and that's kind of what I was invited into, is being a little more involved with mainstream media, which took a really long time just because of a whole lot of stuff from my family's past, and I put in the work and conquered it, and, got things looking better for all of us, and now I'm going to go and reap those benefits and do more work. But yeah, so I'm kind of like in the precipice between the things that I've done and things that I'm about to do. And no, I don't mean between jobs. I mean like avoiding reality for like 5 seconds. Sounds great. Congrats. Thank you. I'm just waiting. I'm gonna take this next coffee and I'm gonna try to go sit outside. It might not be annoying. Oh my gosh, I know so poorly. That's right. I don't really know how else to do this. It's the only way it's ever worked. You do what you gotta do, you regret it later if you regret it. But I don't plan to regret it this time. Because I could either do it or I could lose. And I can't afford to lose anymore. I could. But I don't want to miss Nashville from broadcast. Another word of advice is don't be cold, be tough. Stay warm, but be tough. Zebo, welcome to the broadcast. Fresh, welcome to the broadcast. Caffeine is not supposed to make me tired. Yeah, here I sit.
I have, yes. Not too much. I wish. Yeah.
And always be the guy that's one step ahead of the guy. If you are a protector, always be one step ahead of the guy. Don't be the guy. Ever be the guy. Don't be one step ahead of the guy. Don't mind being the loser. Don't mind being the guy that people make fun of. Don't mind being the guy that people don't take seriously. Just know that you know how to handle business. And take yourself seriously. When the guy who is taken seriously can't man up to do a serious thing and could get people hurt. And then you just turn around and you handle it. You say you learned it. Alright, give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, yeah. Alright. Oh, and never get afraid to run away. Just make more friends. Then if you don't agree with me, then go watch somebody else. Because you probably need to watch somebody else. It's not about whether or not, it's not right and wrong. It's not subjective. It's about whatever your tactics are for survival and like getting ahead. Mine is connections. I like making new friends. Even though I hate people. And people hate me. But somehow we get along. So, 2 seconds. Alright, we're gonna go outside. They're like, oh my gosh, they're around the corner. I'm like, I know. Welcome to my Wednesday. It's not Wednesday, but I digress. I'm also going outside, so that cute one talks to me so cute because I can't handle it anymore. What? You gotta realize when you are in survival mode, you can only handle so much before your instincts start kicking in. There are several different types of instincts that kick in, and mine are right now telling me that I need to live stream outside because otherwise I'm gonna be going on dates, and I can't afford to right now because I can afford to. And before you know it, I'll be staying in Florida, and I can't, even though I could, but I can't. If you know what I'm saying.
They're not all raised.
That was.
Oh, it's an espresso frappuccino. Thank you. It's not even, I thought it was that, whatever the heck drink it was, but whatever this is tastes really good. I don't know. See, that's what always happens, is I'm always like, do the thing that makes my life the most difficult, and then you guys are like, no, we're going to do the thing that's one less difficult. Yeah, there was, Father Time was here. I made a little complaint about Father Time, and I think one of the customers didn't like it. But there was just a dude out. Like, here's my thing, all right? I started out homeless. When I first started, I did not. I don't know, I mean like homeless, not like, like straight up. And I, since then, have had kind of a vendetta against certain facets of the homeless community because they do not have a whole lot of respect. And what happens is where they will make things look very bad for me or people in my position who are actually trying to get out of the position and, be shirtless at a Starbucks. It's Starbucks. You can even make the excuse of maybe it's Dunkin'. No, it's a Starbucks. Now, if I'm shirtless at a Starbucks, people are okay with it because of how I look with my shirt off. When I have chub, I don't do it out of respect. It's a Starbucks. It's not about whether or not it's right or wrong. It's an aesthetics thing. And if you guys want to go social justice warrior on me, you could, but this is the East Coast in a red state. So good luck. But like I said, you got to be willing to be malleable with these things. But what really bothers me is when like I said, certain people will make life a little more difficult for the rest of us. And with the amount of work that I have to put in for how little I get out of it, it can be very irritating when somebody would show up in that position and then turn around and the community's talking about whatever happened with that person. And people have in the past thought that it was me, and then I hear about it and I'm like, that wasn't me. And they're like, no, you're making it up. You were on drugs. You don't remember. I'm like, first off, I've never done drugs in my life. So shut your mouth. And second off is we're not going to have the conversation at all because you're wrong. And if you say it again, I'm going to make you come to Starbucks with me and you will meet Father Time half naked on the porch, making everyone run from the business and stealing money from the community by putting himself on some sort of a pedestal where he thinks people want to see the skin and bones that he's showing off and make people uncomfortable. And people call me rude for saying it out loud, but it's either you say it or they take over everything you're doing, and that is how it is. Am I an advocate? Yeah, I've been homeless. I'm absolutely a homeless advocate, 100%. I'm not an advocate for people who cheat the system. And there's certain standards for certain places that you go, and even I understand that, So, like, if this were 5-6 years ago, I would not be sitting at Starbucks in a t-shirt and shorts. I just wouldn't. Even some people would. Nowadays, you can pretty much wear anything, but we're not to the point where it's not a McDonald's. And I try to get people to understand that it's not a McDonald's. So, and sadly enough, I think people get kicked out sooner being shirtless at McDonald's than here. And why does it bother me so much? Because I invest in Starbucks. I spend money at Starbucks. It's one of the only places I could come and relax. And when people around me get stressed out based on certain behaviors of certain customers, it then affects my environment, and I'm paying. I'm putting money in, and they'll come here and they won't spend a single dollar and just sit, and it bugs me because it's not a library. Like, you want free Wi-Fi, go to the public library. That's what it's there for. I've done it, but I digress.
Oh, that was surely what's your face?
So anyway, I'm off the soapbox. In a more positive sense is I should be able to get this foot cleaned up, and it shouldn't take more than a week where the break comes down to a sprain. And then I will try to move a little more, but manage it. I'll tell you, to be immobilized is, I can't even tell you how much it's bugging me. And I'm done. Like I said, I've woken up from the friggin' haze. I got no interest or plans on asking for all that much help outside the community. So if you're watching this and I said you're going to help me get back out to California, I'd really appreciate it, because I'm totally out of my element here. I'm super embarrassed, and I'm not looking to adapt to this environment because I already have my own mindset for my career, and I can't be shifting where it's going to come out in my work. So. I'll also end up getting myself into way more trouble. No legal trouble, just I sometimes have too much fun. Way too much fun. Now, thankfully, I've yet to meet a woman that's given me enough respect to deserve a real good time, like around here. But I feel the gravity, and I gotta keep on keeping on before I end up forward spreads too far. So anyway, And I'm also like super confused as far as like where I'm at, because like I'm in Florida, like I almost said California, but maybe it's just me, but it seems like there's a lot of like blue-blooded people here, like a lot of like Democratic type people. And I've found that all down the East Coast, and it's like a lot of red states, and I mean that's fine. But I'm just sitting here wondering, like, so maybe it's just politically, it's not. Is it counting the? I don't understand how politics work, but all I know is nowhere I've been makes any sense in reference to what they say the state is. And like I've gone in with that information in my behavior, and I end up being totally wrong and embarrassing myself. So, like I've heard more people bashing Trump in Florida than I have in other states that claim to be against Trump, and it's perplexing. So. Tanuki, welcome to broadcast. What's the funnest thing you've ever done? The funnest thing I've ever done is in Las Vegas. Now this is like kind of like tacky for some people. Personally, I like it. There is a zip line along the strip where there's all lights over the top. Okay, it's like this big half dome. It's all lights, and they put images across the screen. And there's a zip line that goes from one end of it to the other, and you can ride that zip line down the whole strip, and it is freaking amazing. So that's the funnest thing I've ever done. At least like regular stuff. Most stuff that I used to be able to tell you guys on live stream and that I showed you before things got bigger, I can't anymore. Like I really can't. Like I'm telling you, my handler freaking almost wrung my neck. The last time I showed real content, I almost wrung my neck. So I can't. But I'm kind of pissed at my team for letting me out here like this and kind of forcing me to come home and like punish me. It's kind of it's kind of scummy. Like it's kind of not cool at all. But I'm coping with it. I'm just like, all right, whatever. Like what I did wasn't even all that bad, not compared to what they do. Which I don't care what they do. Like, but that's the difference, It's like when I get home, I think what I'm gonna end up doing is dropping my team. I'm not even kidding you. And like I'm gonna pick like 5 or 6 new people. And I'm saying they could hear this right now. It is how it is. Like I'm out here with a broken foot, and they're like, walk home. I'm like, don't worry, I will walk home. Expect a pay cut. Expect to like make nothing when I get there for like a year. But that's what happens, is when you make it and you're doing you. That's what people try to cut you at the knees, literally or figuratively. And there goes one more opportunity. That's shocking to hear about Trump. It's surprising, isn't it? Very surprising. Oh, plus you're driving Audi. Like, I always miss the best ones. Shocking to hear about Trump. Yeah, like I said, it is surprising, but it happens a lot. I hear more people bashing Trump nowadays than not. And I have to admit that I get kind of concerned with people that are pro-Trump. Believe it or not, I like Trump. I do, and he's an awesome businessman. He was a wonderful president, in my personal opinion. But there's just something freaky about his fan base and his followers and people that support him. I'm serious. They're fucking weird. I don't know. Excuse my language, but I don't know how else to say it. They're just like obsessed with him. It's like very obvious signs of like brainwashing through propaganda on the internet and through social media. And I would know. I think I would know a thing or two about how all that works. And I'm telling you, like, there's just something's not right. Like these people are like brainwashed and like they're not okay. And I wish they hadn't done that because it's entirely unnecessary, in my opinion. Like he made an awesome president, and I think if he hadn't done that, I think he actually would have won this most recent election. Because I think what happened is they engineered people's opinions and pushed them in the direction of Trump, but then being engineered to the platforms and having their minds like being manipulated. It was easier to switch them over at the end of that term. Whereas if he had just let them organically be attracted to him, which I think they would have been, he'd still be president. But maybe they didn't want that, La La open broadcast. Love the zip line, yeah. Yo, my foot hurts so bad. I can't even tell you. Guys, if there's anybody out there that you guys could help me get like a room for the night, or help me even just get ibuprofen or some sort of painkiller or anti-inflammatory. My foot is broken and swollen, and I'm having to walk on it. And I don't have anywhere to sleep. Like, I have just been roughing it and avoiding the druggies and avoiding the criminals, and it sucks. It's not like I haven't done it, but now, like, I'm out of that position. And it's just like I said, is a couple of people back home who are pissed that I got into the mainstream of things. They're just kind of they're trying to get me to fall off. Like, they're literally trying to murder me, like, just by letting me be stuck out here and die. And I'm not. Like, excuse my language, I'm making it. But nobody expected me to be making it. They really didn't. They thought I was going to be dead within like a week. And I told them, like, you don't understand my prior training. Like, I got this. And they're like, you're not trained? I'm like, all right, bet. And here I sit living. So, try me. But like I said, if you, I'm not too proud to ask for help. So if you guys could help out, I'd appreciate you. If you can't, it's fine. I'm going to be all right. But I just hate to have to, detriment the people around me. It's just people in my industry are real cutthroat. They're not very compassionate, and they don't really care what happens to the people around me. And, my life having gotten to where it's at, you guys understand the implications of what happens as I continue to survive, what happens to the people around me in reference to those kind of situations. So if there's anybody out there that has the kind of compassion that I do, I'd really appreciate you helping me out of this situation, just for everybody's sake. But anyway, Lala, welcome to broadcast. Maybe because they're for DeSantis in Florida. I like DeSantis. I'm just saying it that way. I love Disney more than DeSantis, and I don't like what DeSantis is doing with Disney. But what DeSantis has done for the economy in Florida, I cannot deny that he's kind of freaking awesome. And I just wish they would cover more of what he's done. I think even the Republican media is not covering the good things he's done, which is really weird to me. Maybe he just doesn't want people to know the good things he's doing, so they don't, cut him down. But whatever the case. Sheriff, welcome to broadcast. Logos, how are you? Struggling and panicking slightly, to be completely honest. But I'm okay. I'm really not. I'm fucked. But, I'm managing through it. I agree about the brainwashing with regards to Trump. Definitely. A Bucker, welcome to broadcast. I wish I could help. I'm just making ends meet myself. Totally understood. Cameron, thanks for the follow. Yeah, you'll see, there's people that'll get me coffee, they'll get me drinks, they'll get me food, which is cool. Like I said, I get my own stuff too, but I don't have an ability to get myself back home. I don't have that. I don't. I could, but I'm stepping on a lot of toes. If I got myself back home, as opposed to you guys helping me get back home, by the time I got back home, I would have made so much noise, it would not be good. So, it's if you guys ever saw the movie, was it A Silent Night, or, that movie where the kid's deaf, and the monsters are coming after him, and they have to be super quiet. A Quiet Place. Like I said, it feels like that movie sometimes, where I gotta be so quiet, where, people start coming at me like they're friggin' crazy. I don't know what happened to society, but people have lost their friggin' minds, I swear to you. Some people haven't. Some people have. But, like I said, I just keep doing what I do and cutting through it like a razor. And I'm fine. But like I said, every now and again I get a little compassion for the people who get in my way. So if there's any way you guys could help me get home faster, I'd really appreciate it. Because I do have a conscience, and I'm going to have to deal with it when I get home. So, yeah. Oh my God, that's amazing. See, what happens with a lot of people, it's not that they don't have the compassion, it's just they've been so desensitized, or they've been living the way that they're living their whole lives, and they haven't had an opportunity or even a chance to live differently and care a little bit more. But I'm going back to the way that I was. Absolutely. I'm done living this way. This is crazy. But I definitely recommend, if at any point in your life you have the opportunity to expand your palate as far as loving people goes, I would, even just for a short time. As long as you're able to make it back without like major implications, I definitely would. Just so that you know what it's like, and it changes you as a person, matures you. And I'll tell you, those experiences have definitely matured me far past people even 20, 30, 40 years older than me or ahead of me in experience or what have you. It's just being in a very, very, very humble position in life. I would not go as far as I've gone, but you know, if you could take a month or two just finding out what it's like to be without, it changes you. It really does. And it's propelled my career, I can tell you that, by far. So you start treating people different. You know, you treat people a lot better than you did before. No matter whether or not you keep doing things the way you do them, you care more about people. And it's never a bad thing to care more about people. And you can care about people and still make the choices you make. You don't have to shift what you do. You know what I'm saying? Just, it's an emotional thing. We're connected. You seem like such an insightful guy. Some would say. Depends on who you ask. Like I said, some people, one thing I will never understand, no matter whether I'm young or super old, is like I don't know how people have the energy to waste on knocking people down. I don't. Like, how could you be that lazy? How could anybody, no matter your success level, be lazy enough to knock someone else down? Like, that's lazy. That's what it is. I don't care. If you're especially if you're someone who is setting a standard of income or setting a standard in your retirement, whatever it might be, like, you're setting a standard. People are watching what you're doing. And if you have time to waste on that, well, the only thing you're doing is making people less interested in living the way you live or being like you, you know. And one thing I've learned as a man is legacy is important, and I want people to want to be me. I don't want people to live the way I'm living right now, but I definitely want people to take after my person. You know what I'm saying? I have a lot to offer, and I think it's a piece of confidence too, is where people need to realize they have more to offer than they think they do. And when people don't realize how much they have to offer, oftentimes they end up wasting time on knocking other people down. But real competition is when you don't compete. Is the best defense? Absolutely. Be offensive in your work. And in your own work, you don't have time to be offensive to your teammates or to, you know, what have you. And here in the American culture, we are all teammates. And I think oftentimes people forget that because they're too busy losing. Snack goes, people who haven't suffered just don't know. Even sometimes people that suffer, they forget. You know, they forget. But people who haven't suffered just don't know. I would agree with that. I would like to say different, but you're right. Cornelius, welcome to the broadcast. Yeah, I pity people that don't know suffering, because if you put me up against somebody that doesn't know suffering, you know, when I tell you I got them checkmated within the first 3 minutes, they don't even know they're checkmated. Like, and you could checkmate them so eloquently that they think they have you checkmated. And then by the time they're coming to collect that prize, they find out that they owe you twice as much as they thought that you owed them. And I say, well, you can't even speak proper English. I'm like, well, you can't win. Give me my money. Welcome to America. People still don't grasp that concept. Look at how we built this country in less than 300 years. But we're stupid. Look at what we've done in this country in less than 300 years. But we don't know what's going on. No, we took over. And it's time to get used to it. And if you don't like it, don't worry. We'll help you get used to it. We'll help you get comfortable. We'll help you get familiar. And eventually you'll come to understand that you lost. And the reason you lost is because you're not as good as we are. And why aren't you? Because you don't put in the work like we do. End of story. But yeah. And my favorite part of that whole thing is you'll then have people that tell you, well, then we don't want you here. And I will point to the American flag and say, you have 200. That's my favorite. Get familiar. Because you don't understand how this country works, no matter what kind of money you have. If your money came from overseas, good for you. It's about to be ours. You give more of it to us every day. You're living in our country. How do you think it's going to happen? How do you think it's going to work? You're in our country. People literally forget that they're in America, I swear to you. Literally forget. I'm not even speaking as a red blood. I'm literally talking just baseline American. People forget that this is America. Like, they don't understand the concept of what this country stands for and how it works. And then they ask for things to work the way they do in England or Ireland or Scotland or Norway or China or India. Oh my God, don't even start it. This is America. And I'll give you an example. The last time that there was a shop owner, okay, and he ran a gas station. And it was an Indian. And I was there with a guy who was homeless, and he was a drunk, and I was just helping him along his way so he didn't get hit by a car. And I got him where he was going. Well, the attendant had actually called the police on him because he was having a conversation with one of the customers, and he wasn't soliciting at all. But the shop owner says that he was. Calls the police show up, had a conversation with the police, checked the camera, lip read for a minute, realized that he wasn't doing it at all. Police looks at the Indian guy and says, if you waste my time once more, we're replacing you with one of our own. Have a wonderful day. Turns around, Horatio from, if you ever see CSI, throws his glasses on, hops in a cruiser, takes a drive. One of the most incredible things I've ever seen. But just to make a point, it's like people really do forget that we live in this country. You don't pay your taxes. You don't handle all that you have to as an American for the right, the ability, or the privilege to act like you're in another country. No. You get the privilege of being in this country where the rules here apply. And, let me say it this way. If you're not appreciating and enjoying the American culture, you are missing out. So not just telling you got to do it our way, but if you don't understand how our way is, you are really missing out. Because you have way more freedom here than you do anywhere else. You have more opportunity to have fun and do what you want here more than anywhere else. But like I said, where most people get caught up is they think that the rules and the laws work the way they do in other places, and it just doesn't. Even if you could try to manipulate people to do so, when it comes down to it, you can pull out that book and you show code and you still won. And I've had to do it, so I've been in areas like this where they're posh, and this is before I had my career, and I get stopped on the side of the road, cop would ask me for my ID, like literally at random, just for no good reason, as if we were in like a foreign country. And, the point is I never had to show ID. And eventually people learn, is we are in America. But I get disappointed in people when they forget what country we're in, because our advantage is that we are America. There's not an advantage to being an American that is like comparative to other countries. It is our country being our country that makes us ahead of everybody else. But like I said, it's just sometimes it takes people time to understand and find out that I'm right about that. Because in our country, we don't compete, we dominate. We either don't compete at all, or we take you for everything. And most people aren't prepared for that. They're like, we're going to play a game. And I'm like, no, we're not. You're either going to stay in your own lane, or I'm going to buy your lane. And then you're going to pay me rent to be in what you think is your lane. So you got to, you make your choices wisely. I don't have a lot of cash because I put most of my money into investing in what I just told you right there. And that's how Ray Kroc did it. McDonald's, if you know the story, this is before the book, obviously I know more about him, but with Ray Kroc, what he did was he bought the property, he bought the real estate that the McDonald's businesses and franchises were on. So he would own the property, and then someone would franchise the business and have to pay him to be on the land. And that was actually how McDonald's made money. That's how Ray Kroc ended up with the fortune that he did. McDonald's did not make him that money. Like the McDonald's company did not make him that money. His real estate company, where the businesses were sitting on, made him that money. So inverting, reverse engineering, just pivoting into more lucrative typesets of income is always the answer. Like I said, so when it comes to people around me, I don't bother with people, but if somebody starts to bother me, I will literally, like a computer, automatically begin to figure out how to take them for everything. And I don't have any regret about it, because it's the American way. And if you don't like that, then you might not belong in this country, because it's the way it's done. and we end up doing it better than the person that had it before we did, is, well, we don't like how you got it, but you keep eating the fries. All right. You don't like how it's done, but you keep coming back for more. Welcome to America. All right. Oh, rant over. Cornelius Black, Guy, Montana, welcome to the broadcast. Joanna, welcome to the broadcast. Dennis, welcome to the broadcast. Oh, I hate McDonald's with a snack. Yeah, I know. So do most of us that eat the large fry. Everybody hates McDonald's, but we all go there. Maybe you don't, but even Bill Gates and Warren Buffett go to McDonald's. But I digress. And another thing is, you know the difference between a successful person and someone who's about to have their success taken by someone else based on whether or not they complain. How much someone complains is a great way to recognize whether or not they're business oriented or socially oriented. And you can't be both at the same time. It's not possible. You could exist in your social environment in a business fashion or exist in your business environment in a social fashion. But when it comes down to it, when you have someone in an environment that is financially lucrative, but at the same time, mostly just a personal, it's a career, is if they're competing and complaining with their coworkers, mostly what's happening is they have a goal of staying where they're at. And if they're an entrepreneur, don't expect success. Just don't. Entrepreneurs do not complain. Successful entrepreneurs don't complain. Just from personal experience. I'm not a successful entrepreneur. I deal with successful entrepreneurs, and they don't complain ever. So that's my advice for that piece of it. Any other questions on the life advice of stalling while I can't feel bad for people anymore. If I wasn't sitting here with a broken foot halfway across the country where I'm supposed to be, I'd probably be a little less upset. But right now, I got a nice wake-up call that says stop caring as much as I do. When I could afford it again, I won't, because I will never again be in this position. So, hook, line, and sinker, I'm where I'm supposed to be in this fashion. And that is called what we call last straw. But it's cool. Snackos. And that's another thing. When it comes to you want to be in a business, you want to do something, you want to talk about respect. If you are dumb enough to disrespect an employee, no matter how much they disrespect you, then you do not belong in this country. The way we have things here and the way that we've now spread across the world is impossible. I do not have the time to explain to you what I'm saying. But the point is that you do not disrespect employees at a business that you frequent, even if they never spit in your food. That's a wonderful way to make sure that you just keep being disliked for a good reason. And why do I say that? Because I care. And I don't want to see you guys make that kind of mistake. No matter your age, gender, origin, what part of life you're in, you deserve respect. And sometimes we can get sidetracked, whether it's by money or different leisures, and we can forget how much value there is in maintaining respect. It's not always about being polite. If you can be polite and respectful, be both. But if you have to choose between being polite and being respectful, be smart enough to choose respectful. Just my viewpoint. And do I feel unheard? No, I really don't. I feel that there are some people that feel unheard, and I'm in a position where I need more. So I got, in the words of Ray Kroc, if my adversary or my competition is drowning, what am I going to do? I'm going to put a hose down their throat. That's the words of the man that began, ran, and built McDonald's. Is if my adversary is drowning, how are you going to save them? I'm going to put a hose down their throat. And that is one of my personal life philosophies when it comes to business. I won't do that. I do the opposite on a personal level. But on a business level, yeah. and people never see it coming because they can't fathom being that way. But I don't know how else to be than to take what's yours if in business. And I'll even tell people ahead of time, like, what you have is about to be mine. And they have so little ability to stop it that I can say it right to their face. And it's a scare tactic. And it's not a bluff. It's just make sure it happens faster if you tell them to their face. So, am I on top of the world? Absolutely not. Am I being humbled? Absolutely. But am I going to stop being who I am? Never. So it goes, I'm a Burger King fan. I don't like Burger King because I have yet to go to a Burger King where I could find staff that was respectful. I've been to one singular Burger King that I actually got respect at. But for the most part, from my experience, Burger King employees are super rude. Once again, just my experience. So you guys come here for, you come for my opinion. So that's my opinion. Love onion rings, go Stack. Yeah, me too. Maybe the Moon, welcome to broadcast. Kevin, what's up? Yikes, that's horrible. Glad I don't spend money at McDonald's. Once again, that's up to you. I often find people who try to pretend like they're the nice guys are usually the worst people I've ever met. So like, oh wow, I can't believe Ray A. Kroc would be that way. Well, the fact of the matter is, if you're, oh my God, he's such a bad guy. Well, what are you doing behind closed doors? I can't even imagine. Because you have an opinion on it at all. Most times the people that have opinions on the people that do what they got to do in the ways that are actually appropriate are usually the people who are the most volatile on personal levels. So, Anna Sharina, welcome to the broadcast. Art Bingo, welcome to the broadcast. I have to plug in real quick just to charge back up. But hello, my lovely friend. Hello, how are you? Chris says, how are you doing? I'm all right. How are you?
Nice kisses.
Yeah, no, like I said, as far as followbacks, I don't follow anybody just because it's, like I said, I mostly just make content. But if you send me a message, I do answer.
I hear you.
I'm not kidding. I'm down there by the inlet. I'll come see this boy.
What?
Way down there.
How far are you?
Some bathroom in there.
No, well, I'm not that far. You know where like the blinking light is?
Well, it's like Florida Beach or something.
Yeah, South Melbourne Beach.
Yeah. That's not too bad.
No, it's about a half hour.
That'd be a nice ride.
Used to be.
Unless you get banned by Melbourne Beach PD with ski traps.
Well, they kind of
on earth?
stop right at about.
This always happens. Like the moment I see somebody in a broadcast,
and
I'm
then
like,
there's
ooh,
nobody.
always go away.
Unfortunately, because
this one appears to have not yet. ID, Virginia, Jane, Jarvis,
100 miles an hour.
Joanna,
Trying to
Fiona,
run you over.
Snack, Jupiter
I
Tech,
got a little 65 Beetle.
Salon, Priscilla,
And I used to
and
drive all the time, and now I don't
everybody.
drive
Thank you,
that
161
much
under here.
I feel like a rabbit in the
Oh my
grass.
gosh, I
and
feel
here
so
comes
sick,
the
it's not
mower.
even funny.
1965.
Oh, come on, why isn't this showing? I'm curious.
That one part's dangerous.
Oh, come on. I used to be able to just click right on the photo and it'll come up. Now it won't come up anymore. But I see it. If you guys see it, you see that she's like real prim and proper. I'm kind of curious.
I just put trash.
See, I'm not like most guys. I won't hide it. I'll just be like, who's that?
Outside of Tulsa.
But,
And the original
Papa, welcome to broadcast. Snack goes, why do you feel sick?
She bought it.
Why do I feel sick?
And when she passed, she
I'm
left
tired. I'm hungry, and
and the granddaughter got married, had children.
it's been a long couple of days.
And they, you know how that goes. Once
But
you
I'm gonna
have
shut
children,
down and swap over to the other platform. Don't forget to follow. Same username pretty much anywhere.
It looks like it came
I'll see you guys
off the
elsewhere. Thank you for stopping in.
Cool.
Yeah, way cool. All right, got one.
Okay, kid. Oh, I think it's time for me to go to. It's dinner time. Isn't it, Jax? Jax, did you have a good time? You get to come here and get a pup cup and see all your pals, dance around on your hind legs, do all that stuff that you do.
there was drugs coming around, and it was like super. Oh my gosh, it was scary. I can't imagine. Like I have handled some of the most difficult scenarios, but just something about people who do drugs just is different. It's just they're spooky. Like their heads don't work right. They're not. It's like there's mental illness, and then there's like just being something from a horror movie, and they're just real freaky. And I had to fight them off literally to keep my spot where I found them. And this is like so embarrassing, and I hope you guys are laughing right now because it made me feel better if you're laughing. But like, I had to fight off a drunk with a stick. Like what does my life come to? But it was freaking. It was kind of hilarious. Like after it was over, I like laid down and put my head back. I was like, "What just happened?" That'll be a story I can tell when we get home. You know, but I walk out of there with my chest all puffed out, all proud. I got my little spot. But just like it's just for now. Something it's just someone else enough to put my head down and let my foot heal enough to get walking or wait for next paycheck with a couple of people, just round it up and take a flight. But I gotta get out of this position. Like this cannot last. I can't let this last. And then someone was suggesting, go in the ocean. Your foot's broken, go in the ocean. It'll heal it up. No, I Googled it. It's bad for you to go in the water when your foot's broken or when anything's broken. It swells it up and causes the fractures to like whatever. And so like that's what happened. Is I went in the water and it just got worse. So that was great. But lesson learned. When people kind friendly advice, don't take it, I guess. But just play it safe. Play it safe, stay away from people, sleep at night, and then come talk to the friendly Starbucks people during the day. And buy stuff. Make sure you buy stuff. Don't be the guy that buys a coffee and then you can sit there all day. I've been that guy. And I ironically was not in this position when I did that. But, oh, and never flirt with baristas. Why? Because you end up liking them. And you don't have time to like the baristas. All that's going to happen is you're going to go back to the Starbucks, you're going to buy another coffee because you want to flirt with the barista. And before you know it, for $150, it's no different going to the bar. And all you get is a woman at the bar might actually come home with you, and the barista at Starbucks just got you for $150, and it goes home to her boyfriend. Okay? So, save your money, enjoy the view, and then go hide in the corner as if you don't even know what's going on. And love the music because they actually play real music. And I feel so broke after hooking up with that chick because she was so attractive, but I didn't know her at all. Like literally don't know her name, and that wasn't my fault. That was her. She came on to me. I didn't even get a chance to ask her name. But I'm not like it's not a bragging rights thing. It's like honestly wish it didn't happen. I'm not kidding. It was not. I need redemption on this. That's what I need. Somebody that's not scary. That looks really, really normal and ends up being obsessive. Because like legit, I came back into town and I'm trying to figure out like. I just want to make sure that they weren't around. Like I felt so uncomfortable because they got like super stalkerish real quick. For like 5 minutes. Mark, welcome to broadcast and welcome to broadcast. So 2 things I need to get, if anyone wants to throw anything my throw those diamonds, I can actually transfer them immediately to cash. But, I gotta get headphones. and I have to get like a selfie stick type thing, like tripod type thing, so I can just set it up and talk to you guys about how to be like in your face and you're in my face type thing. But I'm like low key humble. And the way I was told was not in reference to like a social security situation, not like a government situation, but like a legit cannot afford, my government cannot afford to give me what I'm owed. Not kidding. So that's why like everything you see here that I have and that I've been building, when I tell you I don't even have this, like I'm not even getting the backing of the U.S. government because we cannot afford me right now. I am doing it myself, 100% myself. And I'm not proud of it because I'm in pain, I'm tired, I'm kind of pissed off. But I'm gonna be fine. Just taking a day at a time. But like, it would be nice if, it's like the real pandemic was nice and convenient for them. I put in all this work for like a decade, and they turn around and say, "We give you the badge, here you are, but no, you're gonna have to fend for yourself because we got poor overnight." I'm like, well, first off, you're lying in my face. Second off, I don't want or need your money now at this point. This level of respect, or you're still gonna pay yours. Because public favor is nice. Even if the higher ups are taking a little longer to get done what they need to get done. I'm calling them out right on that, for real. So, as you said, homie, don't play that. So. Oh my god, I need to get a Starbucks. That person is way too short. Can't. I'm gonna want it. And my back is in no position. And I know myself. Like, I know it's exactly what'll happen. The adrenaline will kick in. I'll do everything I want to do, and then I'll wake up in the morning and not be able to get out of bed. Sweet, he goes, "How's your day?" There's these. I'm finally able to be myself. I've gotten away from most of the people who are toxic for me. And I'm chilling with my bros. And I've come to understand what it means to have to fight to survive in a world that wants everything that's yours. And doesn't want to have to work for it. Now, the beauty of nature is it has its processes. So if you put the work in, it does belong to you, and it will come around your direction in an appropriate time frame. Just don't forget how much you have. Don't forget what is yours. Because if you do, someone would take it and you'll realize it's gone. That you didn't get it. But just remember that's yours. Give me a moment. And a deep level of gratitude for the body God gave me, because otherwise we're not put right now. But I am healing, and when I say I can't even believe that I'm healing. I can't believe that this is healing right now. Like it's supposed to be, it's supposed to be falling off. And not only have I been cured from diabetes, I was told I had diabetes. I don't anymore. I got rechecked. It's like magically gone. And my foot's healing up. I don't. There's dirt and everything, but there's no pus, no nothing. It's healing up nice. And if you didn't, I told you I broke my foot. Well, that's the thing. It's with the bone protruding as I walk with, because the bone is totally disconnected. So I popped it back in. Before I popped it back in, it screamed like a little girl. I was walking on it like that, and I lost a lot of skin. So now it's healing back up. But it's pushing out the appropriate juices and everything. It's starting to get better. And the side of my foot has been nothing but for like 3 weeks, and it's miraculously just healing without foreign infection, any foreign bacteria. It's awesome. I'm so excited about the podcast. So two things I need to get. If anyone wants to throw anything my way, throw those diamonds, I can actually transfer them immediately to cash. But I gotta get headphones, and I have to get like a selfie stick type thing, like tripod type thing, so I can just set it up and talk to you guys about how it would be like in your face and you're in my face type thing. But I'm like low. Oh, and I had good service. And the way I was told was not in reference to like a social security situation, not like a government situation, but like legit cannot afford, my government cannot afford to give me what I'm owed. Not kidding. So that's why like everything you see here that I have and that I've been building, when I tell you I don't even have this, like I'm not even getting the backing of the U.S. government because we cannot afford me right now. I am doing it myself, 100% myself. And I'm not proud of it because I'm in pain, I'm tired, and I'm kind of pissed off. But I'm gonna be fine. Just taking it day at a time. But like it would be nice if, you know, it's like the real pandemic was nice and convenient for them. I put in all this work for like a decade, and then they turn around and say, "We give you the badge, here you are, but no, you're gonna have to fend for yourself because we got poor overnight." I'm like, well, first off, you're lying in my face. Second off, I don't want or need your money now at this point. At this level of disrespect, or I'm still gonna pay yours. Because public favor is nice. You know, even if the higher ups are taking a little longer to get done what they need to get done. I'm calling them out right on that, you know, for real. So, do that. So. Oh my god, I need to get a Starbucks. That person is way too chill. Can't handle it. Can't. I'm gonna want it. And my back is in no position to do exactly what I do anyway. Even if my back won't do it, I'll still do it. And I know myself, like I know it's exactly what will happen. The adrenaline will kick in, I'll do everything I want to do, and I'll wake up in the morning and not be able to get out of bed. Sweet, he goes, how's your day? I'm finally able to be myself. I've gotten away from most of the people who are toxic for me. And I'm chilling with my bros. And I've come to understand what it means to have to fight to survive in a world that wants everything that's yours. And doesn't want to have to work for it. Now the beauty of nature is it has its processes. So if you put the work in, it does belong to you, and it will come around your direction in an appropriate time frame. Just don't forget how much you have. Don't forget what is yours. Because if you do, someone can take it and you'll realize it's gone. That you didn't get it. But just remember that's yours. Give me a moment. Ooh. Okay. I'll pour the bodyguard gave me. Otherwise, I would not have put it right now. But I am healing. And when I say like, I can't even believe that I'm healing. I can't believe that this is healing right now. Like it's supposed to be, it's supposed to be falling off. And not only have I been cured of diabetes, still had diabetes, I don't anymore. I got rechecked. It's like magically gone. And my foot's healing up. I don't, there's dirt and everything, but there's no pus, no nothing. It's healing up nice. And because if you didn't, I told you I broke my foot. Well, that's the thing, it's with the bone protruding as I walk with, because the bone is totally disconnected. So I popped it back in. Before I popped it back in and screamed like a little girl. I was walking on it like that, and I lost a lot of skin. So now it's healing back up. But you know, it's pushing out the appropriate juices and everything. It's starting to get better. And the sides of my foot, the side of my foot has been nothing but dark for like 3 weeks, and it is miraculously just healing without any form of infection, any foreign bacteria. It's awesome. I'm so lucky. It's not even funny. I can't even describe how lucky I am right now. So, and it's been weighing on me. It's a scary thing, if you don't know how things are gonna go, and you know how things are supposed to go. And although I know, like I said, I'm blessed with my situation, but that doesn't change that every single time I'm always gonna go by the standard, because that's the safe route is to go by the standard. And it's always good, because if you go by the standard and you're above or you're beyond the standard and you live your life to the standard, you're always going to end up ahead of it. So you never get disappointed, because you always do more than you plan on. But if you live to your standard and you end up going below, the results end up below the actual regular standard, then you have a problem. Prepare for that issue. We're talking about this, for example, I'm supposed to take in 8,000 to 10,000 calories a day. Realistically, I don't. I take in like 15 to 2,000 tops, but I live to the standard. You see. But it also is a cost of energy. Like when I get back out to California, you guys will see. I've not live streamed with you guys during this part of my life, but I will introduce you to this section of my life. I'll see as I get more nourishment and everything. Until you see some of the things that I could do, but if you're impressed by what I could do with nothing, wait till you see. No, not testosterone or whatever, but just actually eating, actually sleeping, actually having a schedule and a structure. Friggin', it's gonna be fun. Myself bring you all promise. I can't promise you how much I'll bring you along, but I will bring you along. Okay? Can we see your foot, or is it bandaged right now? It's not bandaged. It's very difficult to bandage. I would love to show you on the temptation of getting sympathy points, or maybe you guys throw something my direction. But the reality is, everyone's on hard times. Nothing will come of it, and I'll just simply show you something that will make me look worse. So I don't really want to show you guys. Now, if you're someone that may be willing to help me to get a regular roof over my head for the night, maybe. I'm a businessman, and I could show you what I got going on, but I'm kind of embarrassed about it, honestly, because this has happened maybe 2 or 3 times in my whole life, and I'm kind of it's embarrassing, to be honest. Instead of trying to poise myself, I'm gonna be straight with you, be real with you, and say it's just embarrassing. But anyway, super glitchy, not my fault. It's probably because I've been live streaming on the Wi-Fi for 6 hours. You're far from. Well, you know what I find funny? The people that complain about the broadcast being glitchy are literally my haters. People that say that they don't like me, but you guys are the only ones that are bothered when it gets glitchy. You are my fans. Don't sit there and pretend like you're my losers. You're my winners. You're just trying to play it off like you're my losers, but you're my winners. Because y'all are like, I can't see you. I don't want to. Well, then you obviously enjoy what you're looking at. You are obviously enjoying the broadcast, or you would not mention that it's glitchy. Sweet heat. Glitchy. Connection is choppy. I thought it was my Wi-Fi. That's cool. It's so good looking. Thanks. I would not have read that out loud had I read it out loud. Fee picks for motel rooms a fair hustle. I agree 100%. New girl goes, people will be like, I don't agree, and they're like, oh, I could buy a new iPhone. I'm like, yeah, but I mean, it's up to you to tell yourself you have morals. It's whatever you prefer. Everybody says they have morals, and then takes a look at their life choices and realizes that they don't. And then maybe we could just be more mature and realize that whatever you got to do to get what you need is not anyone else's business but your own. But like I told you, that chick last night, she didn't have any issues in just waking me up in the middle of the night without much of my choice. So, like I said, I guess you just do whatever you got to do. Fix your connection. I'm gonna. Don't. But you're also getting blocked for trying to tell me what to do. You guys have no idea. Like, some of the most powerful men in the world try to tell me what to do, and they still have trouble. Like, I'm sitting here with a broken foot because they try to tell me what to do, and I say, "You're going to do what I say because I know better. Because my boots are on the ground. My feet are on the ground here. I know better than you. So if you disagree with how it should go, then I'm going to go and take a walk and prove it to you, and then you're going to turn around and give me a gift for putting in the footwork of what you almost screwed up." And yes, I do talk to them that way, and eventually they listen after letting me be bombarded constantly for a couple of months. But it always works out. I have won every one of those battles, and it has been worth it every time. So we're gonna go ahead and block right there. Not hating. I know you're not. It's cool. I know you are, but you're not. But you're cute, so it's whatever. Sweet Heat goes, just letting you know, not a hater. Appreciate you. All right, give me 2 seconds. I am going to reset the connection here, and I will come back live. Don't forget to follow. See you guys in a couple of minutes. But yes, I am to a point where my feet, both feet do not fit in my sandals. So I'm getting worried. But it's going to be fun. See you guys in a few minutes. Jane, welcome to the broadcast. Jenna, Joanne, Yolo, Poseidon.
They need to figure something out.
So the name of the broadcast is Slow Burn. Alright. And here's the deal. When it comes to the slow burn, there's 2 ways you could live your life. You live a fast life, you burn out quick, as my dad did. Made it into his 50s. It's actually pretty long. 40s maybe. He was a guy that got a lot done. We'll say it that way. But not just hard work, but he always put too much into stuff. Constantly was alive, unfortunately. But I try to live a slow burn because I want to live a life. Some people say that I'm slow. They're probably right. But I'd rather be slow, methodical, and in a state of enjoyment, even in the most difficult times, than be constantly wondering what's going to happen next. You know, as I sit and I relax, it's always good to, to be like the trees. There's another way to say it. It is to sit and pay attention. And you can know pretty much everything that's going on around you. And you're able to pretty much just enjoy whatever's going on.
And then so I got another one, and it turned out that they were out of stock with it, and they didn't tell me, so I was just waiting for it to be shipped to me. And they gave me like a discount, and I kept on
Stop.
the
So,
dress that I thought was cute, but I honestly really liked it. I mean, I ended up wearing it there. I just switched my dress that I wanted when I came in.
yes, I agree. She's a cute voice. Y'all should see her. Moving on. Slow burn. Live like the trees. Pay attention. And you will have stuff going on in your environment. You're welcome. You will have things going on in your environment that are about you. And you don't gotta worry. Make haste slowly. Let things happen. And pay attention. And when you pay attention, one of the most expensive commodities in the world, you will receive a return on your investment plus interest. Because in today's day and age, especially in the information age and technology, there's a high price on attention. And the more attention you give, the more return on investment you're going to get in other capacities of currency. And if you're going to play with something, play with that which is to be played with. If there's something serious, don't play with it. Take it serious, but in a fashion of collaboration, not dominance or submission. If you submit to that which is serious, you will be dominated. If you dominate that which is serious, you're going to end up having to handle the responsibilities that come with dominating it.
I put the sleeve on.
But if you be collaborative, then the stuff that's serious, that's going to weigh you down, is something you can have a workaround for should you ever need it. And doing that at a slow pace is a wonderful way to stay in control of your own decisions and the freedom of your social life. Why did I go there? I don't know. I think I'm in a mood where when I hear pretty people, I just try to be impressive. I just end up being a dork. Sweetie, go traveling around hitchhiking. Is that this? No, I'm done. I'm either walking home, finding some regular form of transportation, or like I'm at a point after some of the people that I've met, I'm like to a point where even if somebody offers me a ride, I'm probably going to turn them down. I've had too many negative experiences with strangers, for real. Like before COVID, it was different, but nowadays, I don't know what it is with people, but even the people that might seem kind of like lost their mind. And I don't mean like regular people, but I mean the person that would normally pick you up. They're now picking you up, trying to take you to a hotel room, whereas before they're just giving you a ride. And I don't mean just to get you a hotel room. So it gets real awkward real fast. I don't know what happened to people, but they're just, excuse me, they got weird. And I can't do it. I can't. So, hello, Jackie. How are y'all? I might act like I could, but I can't. I only have so much energy. Can't even work on the broadcast.
Yeah. You can just dump all that back there and I'll get it for you.
Times have changed for sure. Yeah. And I'll tell you what I told you about as far as last night. It's for me. At first, I was like, at first, it was more, I just went through what I went through. I share what you guys were sharing with you. But the reality is, I think it was mostly just not having an interest. And then things going in a direction I didn't want them to go. I figure, should I have an interest, it's a good thing, But it's after just some of what I've been through, man. It's tough. It's tough. And I say, oh, it's easy. You do this, you do that. But it's depending on what you've been through, it ain't always that easy, Especially when you get to a point where you trust the people or what have you. You get a little more reserved, and that served me. Being reserved served me for a while, but I have to open back up. I don't have a choice. And I want to, so I'm like pushing myself and forcing myself. Hello, King, how are you? You seem a little low. How can I cheer you up? How can you cheer me up? Well, there's a hotel across the street. You get me a night in a hotel, you cheer me up. How else could you cheer me up? You can help me get medical supplies to take care of my foot. You could say nice things to me. You could send me messages. You can come collaborate with me if you run social media platforms. We could come live stream together or something like that. Or if you're like a government agent or something to that effect, we could always have fun together. But like I said, the thing is with government agents, they're oftentimes more like spooks, more like spies, and just hide and they run when they get when they think they get what they want. But I always feel bad for them because they never get what they want out of me, even when they think they do. But it is what it is. I think one of the coolest things would be if there was like I'm not even gonna go there. I'm becoming my dad. I need to chill out. But anyway, hello again, Karma. What's up, Happy? How are y'all? But no, I find most of that to be fun. I'm not narcissistic, so it's not like I take it as like a good thing, but I take it as a neutral thing. Like you got to realize any kind of traffic you're getting is going to be good traffic because they become customers. Nobody's coming into your store unless they're buying something. And even if your store is you live streaming, that includes government officials. They say, "Oh, you're being investigated." I say, "Good. Thank you for the free money." Do you know how many FBI agents I've had like throw money onto my account? I'm not even kidding you. I have like contributed to live stream once some crooked guy decides that they're going to get an investigation open on you, it's done. That's what they do. They get an open investigation on you, and then they research it and look into it, and they might spend 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years just looking into you. And during that time, they become very dedicated fans if you're a social media live streamer. So I have people who have investigated me and decided to drop the case who are now fans. I'm not even kidding you. And they're some of the most dedicated fans that I have. They're connections that I built where it keeps me safe from incarceration because they know what's going on in my life before anybody else does. So for people who are like anti-government, I don't think that you're making the wisest choices. Don't be pro-government, in my opinion. Keep your freedoms, but realize that you're stuck with them either way, and you might as well make friends. So, I want to also make you aware of something. For those of you that are naive, when you hear the phrase "snitches get stitches," it is the actual truth. Okay, and that exists within government too. Do not think that you ratting somebody out to the cops gets you freedom. No, 9 times out of 10, what I see, somebody gets locked up, and it's the cops that beat them senseless. Because there's a code of conduct, and it's called respecting one another's privacy. It's very important in this country. You become a snitch, you become a CI. It's a wonderful way to make sure you never exist. So if you actually care about your personal progress in society, learn how to stand up for one another, or be ready to not even be alone, just to be stuck with people that hate you. So once again, certain mistakes are better to be left with the last generation. My father was not a smart man. He was a skilled man, but not a smart one. Me personally, I took from my mother when it comes to this stuff. My mom understands how to respect privacy, as do I, and it has behooved me in ways that you couldn't possibly imagine. So that's my recommendation to you: is be smart enough and realize that if they're asking you questions, they're trying to get you to talk. You need to understand that sometimes that's just a challenge to see if you have the wherewithal to exist within regular society. Because if you're someone that doesn't know how to keep your mouth shut, and then you go out there and you say something you shouldn't, you could die, like in real life. So of course they're going to sooner want to put you behind bars where you're safer with them than be letting you out in society where you're going to open your mouth and get yourself hurt. So my recommendation is learn how to respect privacy and don't underestimate people. Don't underestimate someone that's not violent as someone that can't become violent. Because most of the time, any of the violence that I've seen that I've had to avoid in the socio-cultural realm of media have been people that never were violent first. And then at one point, they just lost it. And oftentimes in my direction, because people always feel comfortable throwing their stuff at me. And I say, good. I say, that's fine. I'll catch it and I'll keep it. And then I'll either use it or flip it and sell it. So, throw at me whatever you want. But anyway, and that literally happened today. And it totally increased my situation. I had somebody throwing stuff at me today, verbally. And someone had overheard it, and I had a conversation with them, and only made me have a better day. Poseidon's Wrath says, is Steve a fan? Which Steve? I got like 40 Steves. Yes, Steve is a fan. Is a winner. Like I said, I call my fans my winners, and my haters my losers. It's a very wonderful way to help people mentally understand that being a hater makes you a loser. So be a winner. And you could be my fan, but just stay on the positive side of things. If you're going to be on the negative, don't let it affect the people around you. Some people actually like being negative. That's fine. I've been there, but I've changed, and I don't recommend changing if it's who you really are. But don't allow it to bring the people around you down. That's not fair to them. So if you want to be negative, get comfortable being lonely, but or associating with people who are negative the way that you are, But just understand that if you are negative and you're trying to associate with positive people, there's a reason why they're not going to involve you in what they do. Personal experience. My teenage years, I was like a little goth, believe it or not. When I was supposed to be like in sports and all that, I just never got into it, which I should have, could have, would have. But like I said, everything happens for a reason, and I'll definitely be having intramurals pretty soon. Got some stuff going on. I don't know if you've ever heard of the XFL. Most people haven't. More people are starting to hear about it. But XFL is with Dane Johnson. He kind of bought the whole franchise, bought the league, and kind of is revitalizing it, and they're gonna need people to be spreading the word about what they're doing and being in the stands, and they're doing a very unique thing when it comes to mascots pretty soon. So that's gonna be fun. But that's if I get out there soon enough. If not, man, it is what it is. XFL, yes, it's just football. XFL is football. It's not too late to do your passions. I know. Thank you. Yeah, it's never too late to do what you want. It's really not. Leslie, welcome to the broadcast. Yeah, and like I said, and I'll reference last night again. Stay away from violent people, 100%. 100%. I can tell you there's people that I've met that they had money, they had power, influence. Violence, boom, don't exist to me. Literally. I'm not even kidding you. Like I have scenarios that I have to handle. Those are life and death. Violence is when you're not a good person. I don't know how else to say it. Violence is bad. I don't consider sports interactions to be violence. I don't. Violence in my mind is aggressive, negative. Well, maybe aggressive could be applied to sports, but you get my point. Is with the intention of harm. So anyway, like I said, you miss out on a lot of opportunities, but they're not nearly as much opportunities as you think they are. You just got to be smart enough to turn stuff down when it's not good for you, and to make sure that you capitalize on who and what is good for you. Jose Chavez, welcome to the broadcast. Chavez. And this is a person that had offered Leslie, you said about a hotel room or something like that, but I did not get your message. And I could not figure out how to message you. I didn't know what your username was, but I will save this and I will message you as far as helping me get a room for tonight. So thank you. Or if you want to message me first, I appreciate you. Either way. Leia, welcome to the broadcast. What I'm really trying to do is get in somewhere before the sun goes down. That would be perfect. But I'm soon boarding my flight. Okay. And I swear, if I go back to where I'm trying to stay, and that's the other thing with the homeless is they steal your stuff. I mean, I kid you not. It's like they think everything is theirs. It could be a bicycle sitting out. If it's not tied down, they don't even consider it stealing. I'm not kidding. They don't even consider it stealing. So it drives me nuts because having been in that position, it gives everybody who's going through it a bad name. So it bugs me when people are like that. But I kid you not, it's like the majority really are like that. And people are like, you can't say that, don't say that. I'm gonna say it because it's how it is. It's my way of making sure you lock up your bike so you don't lose it. You're welcome. Don't talk that. No, I'm going to tell you how it is because I'm living it. I have the experience, you don't. And my recommendation is to keep your stuff locked up. It's not profiling, it's not stereotyping, it's actually how it is. If it was profiling and stereotyping, there would be inaccuracies in what I'm saying. What I'm saying is exact. I have yet to meet a single person out here that does not think that something they look at belongs to them if they could pick it up. So like I said, where I have my stuff, I don't really have a lot of stuff, and I keep it that way because people out here are that way, and I won't. I won't even freaking fathom taking somebody's anything, but most of them do. So anyway, sorry I get heated about that because like I said, it's just like people will watch TV, or just have personal interactions in a public setting and say, they're a good person. Let them walk away for 5 seconds. Do not be giving me that drama because you don't know. I'm living it. I'm out there when they're not smiling in your face. I'm out there avoiding a knife to the chest. So do not tell me that you know more than I do about the person who's smiling in your face that you think is some perfect little homeless angel because you watch TV and the news and the propaganda about how you need to be nicer to homeless people. Yes, you do. You know how you be nice? I'm going to be straight with you from my experience, extensive experience with the homeless. Stay away from them. Because the best way to help somebody get out of a homeless situation is by not helping them at all. And that is personal experience. More people that I've seen get off the street are people who do not get the help that they want, because they end up having to survive, and that's enough of a push to make sure they get the help that they need on their own, instead of this lazy mentality that is being adopted by people even with jobs who are very comfortable with the idea because it sounds to them like, well, wait, maybe I'll get something for free too. Yes, the thing you'll get for free is where you no longer have control of your financial choices. For people who don't have an option, who maybe lose a foot or what have you, sure. But for people who are fully capable and able, this is still America, get a job. For those of you that have everything that you want, or you have the ability to be living regular lives, good for you. I'm sitting here without an ability to do it, and I get real upset when I see these people walking down the road with an ID, they got a social security card, they got a birth certificate, and they don't get a job. They just keep doing drugs. And then they go into a restaurant and they give them food for free. And why does that bother me? Because I couldn't do the regular stuff if I wanted to, and I have to watch people be that way and then get defended by people who they become their pet. Well, just so you know, all you're doing is feeding somebody that's doing nothing but destroying everything you've worked to build in your own life. It may not immediately affect you, but inadvertently it is bringing down the whole of society. And I wish it were an exaggeration, but it's not. Once again, I'm living it. I'm not giving an opinion. I'm not speaking on something I've read. I'm not speaking on something I've watched. I'm speaking on something that I'm in the midst of as we speak. So please remind me of how much more about it you know than I do. Or realize the reality, the fact of the situation, and just, like I said, don't engage. Be polite, be nice, but you don't, like, you see me get a coffee, you see me get food. That's work. Those are business connections. You know, I don't beg. If you have to beg, beg. But even in a position where technically I should be the guy that has to beg, I don't have to, because I put the work in. I don't have this background and these people and money in my family or whatever. I don't have any of that. Everything is, as I sit in front of you, anything I'm able to do, which isn't much, but it's still something, I've had to figure out how to do for myself. And so I get pretty upset when I see people just skeezing off of each other, and it bothers me even more when I see people who have careers and whatnot losing their money to people who they don't want to believe are using what they give them to go and do more drugs or to be more detrimental to society and drop trash on the beach. But it's all they do. I'm living it, I'm telling you for a fact. And they love it. They absolutely love it. They feed off it. It's all they do. I'm telling you, on a day-to-day basis, they get up in the morning whenever they feel like it after trespassing somewhere. They wake up in the morning, they come and they find drugs for the morning. After finding drugs for the morning, they come, they scout the businesses and get free food. And then they turn around, they go beg for money wherever they find it. Or usually amongst each other, they'll go to they'll go back and forth between towns and take that money, and then they'll go buy more drugs. And then before the night is over, they find one more free meal or somewhere to go, skis off with somebody or steal. And I mean, literally, I've had people out here brag to me about all the stuff they steal. It's ridiculous. And then turn around, in your face smile, thinking you're making a friend, and then they're going to bed at night knowing that they stole from your stock and everything that you have. And trust me when I say, if they had the opportunity to meet you in an alley and take your car from you, they would. And I don't care what you think I'm profiling on, I'm not at all. They would turn around and in a heartbeat. Every relationship thing they built with you, you gotta understand, people that are out there in that way are out there in that way for a reason. They're people who are mentally unstable, they're psychopaths, and they do not care about you. They don't. I'm telling you, I've survived it. They don't. And they will take from you after smiling in your face and being your best friend for months. But the moment they can take something from you, they will, if they can get away with it. So, whatever you want to do with that piece of information is up to you. If you don't have the ability to process what I said, that's up to you. But if you're mature enough to realize and accept that the only way things are going to get better is by making sure people learn to look out for themselves, or like I said, people that are legitimately disabled, get them help. I'm not putting them on the list when I say what I'm saying. Even if they are bad people, when you're disabled, it is my personal opinion, on some level the government should be looking out for you, because you're either paying into taxes or just existing in this country at all makes the country money as a citizen. So yes, you should be taken care of. But beyond that, if you're not putting the work in, don't look in my direction. I didn't say don't talk to me, I said don't even look at me, because I don't have time for it. And I say that even in reference to people who have jobs and live regular lives. Like, I don't engage unless somebody's actually putting in the work, because I can't afford it. I've worked my whole life since I was a little kid to just stay out of the gutter. I'm not about to start now at engaging with the losers, as I said. Winning in your own life is being a winner. America is not a competition against someone else. America is the most beautiful place in the world where you have an opportunity to compete against the you were yesterday. It's one of the only places in the world that you can focus all your energy on being better than you were yesterday, and it doesn't cost you more than you make. Why the soapbox and the rant? When it is how it is, you got to say it how it is, and that's that. And I'm also pretty good at bringing people closer. They just don't always know I'm doing it. All right. Question: what hotels are around you? There's a few. I'll talk to you in private. But it's gonna be so tough out there. It is. It's actually as hard as people think it is. It's not fun. It's one thing when you're just doing your own thing and you don't have to slow down or whatever. But like when you got to slow down even for a day, if you don't have somewhere to stay and you slow down for one singular day, the first thing you're running into is the drug-riddled streets. I swear to you. I've always had the opportunity to be able to move as fast as I needed to, and this is the first time I've ever had to slow down, just because of my foot. And I'm telling you, it's not fun. And it is blasphemously amazing to me how people legitimately have what they believe to be these like full-blown formed opinions when they've never been through it. Like, how on earth in the conceptualization of a mindset could you believe yourself to be learned enough to understand something that you have not been through? It's not possible. Your brain cannot simulate the experience. It's not possible. So don't, be wise enough not to tell yourself that you understand if you haven't done it.
About 8 minutes. Thank you. Everybody?
Oh, I'm everybody.
About 8 minutes.
I got you. I'm part of everybody. I heard you. Yes, I do. Like I said, stay away from the people that don't put in the work. Stay away from the homeless, really. No, stay away from people that don't put in the work. Let's go ahead and we'll critique that. They're not all that bad. They are, though. If you ain't been homeless, or if you've been homeless and you're one of those types of people, then of course you're going to stick up for it. But I'm telling you, someone that doesn't fit into a community of laziness, I'm telling you for a fact, it's not preferable. It's not something I would. No, I don't. You have to. If you don't stand for something, you're gonna fall for anything. And the fact of the matter is, I don't agree with being homeless and trying to, staying homeless. Like, as fast as you can get out of that situation, you should. And if you're not trying as fast as humanly possible to get out of the situation, I'm not gonna trust you. End of story. Because if you are out there, then in some way, shape, or form, no matter what, you are breaking the law. Like, no matter what. And using being stuck out there as an excuse to get away with breaking the law, I mean, it's a criminal mentality. I don't associate with criminals. I just don't. Will I do business with someone who does stuff in their personal life? Sure. But I don't associate with criminals on a personal level. And people that stand up for those type of people, they're criminals too, because it's guilt by association, which is a very real thing. And if it wasn't, I'd be sitting in prison. I don't associate, and thus I continue to live my own life. It doesn't make me better than anybody, but it makes me smarter because I listen and I pay attention to what makes sense to do. My recommendation is to do the same, or realize that you might not be the person you thought you were. We all make justifications. There's nothing wrong with being whoever you are, but just don't lie to yourself about who you might be. They may not be bad. We're just living right now. So, yeah, I'm not even looking for you to have compassion for me. I do appreciate it. This isn't a pride thing, so I do thank you for having compassion for my situation, but I'm not looking for sympathy, believe it or not. I'm speaking on something that just says close to my heart, and I'm currently having to live it, and it's not the way people would like it to be. So you're not. No, like I said, and this is the other thing, you guys. Once again, I don't do the criminal thing. I don't. That's not the American culture. You have the American culture, and then you have the people that are trying to skis off the American culture that are just criminals. And in the American culture, as a capitalistic country, it's very easy to hide as a criminal in America, easier than any other country in the world. But I don't subscribe to that culture, like I told you guys. There's a difference between being an independent person and being a criminal. I don't associate with criminality at all. I don't. Why avoid them? Because the statistical probability that they're a criminal is like 9 to 1. Leslie says, so you, yeah, like I said, and this is people trying to passive aggressively manipulate me to be losers like them, and I don't have time for it. I will sooner block the person offering me a hotel room because I'm not going to use you. I don't want help from somebody who's going to try to pull me into their culture when my culture is mainstream. I don't want to be a part of the alternative culture that's trying to steal from the mainstream culture who actually puts the work in. So I block it and I move on. And if that means I sleep outside one more night, it's better to sleep outside one more night than to lose everything I've earned. Some are dangerous. Most are dangerous. I would say all are dangerous, but I'm sitting here. Most are dangerous. But I would say that as far as dangerous, I would say there's far less criminals, aka homeless, that are dangerous than are criminals. Like most of them they're all criminals for the most part, but a lot of them are not dangerous. Like as far as like people that hang out in the main spaces, they're not nearly as dangerous. There's far less dangerous criminals, not homeless people, than there are people that aren't. And so in advocacy to the people who are legitimately trying to get off the street, a lot of times there are people that have been through it that don't really have 1926. So it's 7:26. They close at 7:30, but looks like we're going to do early. Oh, I hear you. Don't worry. You exist to me.
Okay, as long as you hear me.
Oh, don't worry. I do. I hear every word you ain't saying. Oh, I'll remember it too. So what door do you guys have us go out here? Okay. All right. No problem. I do not envy you when you guys end up outside too. But spoiler alert. What do you call it? Yeah. So like I said, one of the things I'm doing to clean up this area is Florida, believe it or not, is going to be underwater in like the next decade, and there's a lot of people that have not come to terms with that. And it used to like shock me to be around people that either aren't going to be alive or are going to be homeless soon. But I've just gotten so used to being around people in those, like in those areas, as I've been just kind of cleaning things up. But I'm gonna head out here. I'm gonna go and get some more, and like I said, just take some more money from people who give it to me for free, and then call it stealing. I'll talk to you guys real soon.
Hey, you always gotta love when, like I won't even give my blood to the Red Cross, for like privacy reasons. And these mosquitoes are so they have the audacity to just come right up to you and be like, I'm just gonna steal your blood. Yeah, I'm just in the mood. I'm just gonna steal your blood. No big deal. Just don't even look my way. I'm gonna stick a needle right in your body. I'm gonna suck up your blood. I'm going to make you itch, and I'm going to fly away with your interior bodily fluids without your permission. I'm going to rape your body of blood, your survival tissue. There may be a possibility of you catching some sort of a disease that could kill you just because I'm not careful about how I do what I do. But I like to live. So I'm going to steal your blood and fly away, and you're going to like it. You're going to be okay with it. And if you smack me, you're a bad person. Fuck you, mosquitoes. And yes, I had sex. Hello, Phoebe. How are you? So as of right now, I have absolutely nowhere to go. I don't have anywhere to go. The bugs are ridiculous. At least I have Wi-Fi and I could charge up. Played, at least till the morning. Walmart's policies are that you can be there 24 hours. It doesn't matter what location it is. Like I said, on a local level, they could request for you to leave, but realistically, you it usually leads to some serious turmoil for the store and like rating type stuff for the store. I try not to push it, but if I get desperate, like now, when I'm desperate, then you do what you gotta do. So I'm gonna hang out here and hang out with you guys and just wait it out to the morning. I've felt sick and I have felt sick for like 2 days now, so like I'm just trying to rest up, and it was pretty hard to get sleep, especially without like anything for sleeping. Yeah, I'm used to like you go in a hotel or something, so I don't have supplies for sleeping out here. So yeah. How are you, Kelly? I see that you're in here. Lucifer, welcome to the broadcast. Abraham, how's my brothers? Victoria, thanks for the follow. You want to watch my talent? Well, that talent is not for on screen. At least, like, not yet, or not right now. But Phoebe goes, what kind of talent are you bringing on Vigo? The ability to talk your ear off. Cat, welcome to broadcast. Planet Janet, welcome to broadcast. Savage, welcome to broadcast. Phoebe goes, I'm looking forward to your performance. I bet you are. Says the robot. Sup, Jarvis? Bogatur, sup? Hello, Jarvis goes, hi, have you been live long? No, just like 5 minutes. I thought I was being like stealthy, like sitting outside sitting off camera, security camera, and I look up and the whole time there's a security camera in the other corner just staring at me. I'm like, okay. But when I first got into town the other night, there was like literally 5 or 6 homeless people just sleeping outside Walmart, spread all over. And now tonight there's none, which is weird. But that does happen. I don't know if you guys have ever gone through this, being out there, if you've ever been out there, but sometimes they'll set up these nice little traps where they're like, there's just a whole bunch of nice little people just laying out wherever, and it's no big deal, and you're like, oh, I could just do that too. And then you wake up at 2:30 a.m. to the police, and there's nobody around you. It's a nice little trick they play, but you eventually learn. So the point is, don't be gullible if you ever get stuck outside. If it seems too comfortable, too safe, don't trust it, unless you like really have the backing. Like if I did not have the support that I have, I would not be sitting out here. But every now and again, I'm gonna pull the I need this card, and tonight is one of those nights. I just feel so sick. So my foot is clean. It might be broken, it might not. I'm not 100% yet, but it hurts so bad. And I think that's part of where the feeling sick is coming from. Another thing is, I think it may be that I haven't had sex in a really long time. And the last time I had sex was like with somebody that I had sex with all the time. Or should say, who did sex with me all the time and always got what they wanted. But, and then turned around and said that they didn't, which I find ironic. Can't say I ever necessarily gave maximum effort. Kind of makes me a douche, but like I said, you don't have to say to me that you don't respect me for me to see that you don't respect me. If I ain't getting you respect, I'm sorry, but you're only gonna get as wet as I want you to. End of story. Nonetheless, yeah, I felt sick ever since that hookup. I don't know, and it's not like a sickness or something. It's just like kind of reacclimating sexually to society, like just getting to normal and letting it sink in that I'm back to regular life, and I'm like not committed to anybody or anything. And that was the first time I've ever had sex that was just a hookup, like ever. I've gotten blowjobs or whatever else, but that was the first time of like having just sex. I don't know how to feel about it. I honestly don't. I'm kind of grossed out, to be honest. It's weird because it's like I've never really hooked up with anybody, so it's kind of weird. Just like do it, and it doesn't technically mean anything. It's like lackluster. It was kind of, for me, it's kind of boring. If I'm gonna be honest, just because it's like I feel like it's a waste of energy because there's like it's just you do that and that's it, and I'm like, that's a pretty close connection to just not doing just and then that's it. And I wouldn't want one with that person, but it's like okay, whatever. That was weird. So yeah, I guess I kind of think hookups are weird. Or maybe I just haven't hooked up with someone that I found attractive enough to. It's pretty hard to beat who I did. I don't know. But maybe I just have to like keep trying. That's what I'm told anyway. That's what my friends are telling me. They're saying that I need to. A couple of my buddies say that I need to just keep sleeping around, and eventually I'll start to get the gist of it and understand. Like it's a lifestyle thing, and I'm in a new lifestyle now, and just gotta get used to it. Yeah, Kelly, what's up? Jarvis, Monica, welcome to the broadcast. Priscilla, okay, so there's too many people. Hi, new people. I don't have the energy to say everybody's names. I'm so tired now. I wish I could just sleep. Army, thanks for the follow. Do you guys want me to just go live on another platform, or are you guys here? SJW Travels goes, how's your day? It's decent. I mean, I thought people would actually want to talk about the topic that I was bringing up, but I guess not. Like your experiences, and maybe like you guys could teach me how to go about things, because I am starting to get more interest from women. I'm guessing that word spreads fast in a small town. I'm pretty sure like people around me have found out that I, am no longer being Mr. Reserved in that way. And what do you call it? Like tonight, there was actually this really, really cute. Like if I say young lady, I just sound old. It sounds weird. Like there's this really hot chick, but even then, it's not fitting. Like she was more than a chick. She was like, she was scrumptious, and see, even that just sounds fucking creepy. I don't know how to say it, but she was like way out of my league. But not because I'm starting to realize the league that I'm in, and not really like I'm just not used to me, I guess. And she was passing by me, and she was shaking her butt for me. Like when they move and they're trying to get you to look, and I'm like, and she wasn't insecure. Like she was doing her own thing. I was like, okay. Obviously, I was like, okay, I guess we'll say yes to that. Obviously. Oh, wow. Psychology Dream, thank you for the 100 diamonds. Appreciate you. And for the, thank you for the gold beans. Thank you for the gold beans. Oh my gosh, thank you for the 100 gold beans. That's awesome. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm speechless. Thank you. That's freaking amazing. Thank you so much. I need to not be sleeping outside Walmarts. So that's a wonderful start. Thank you. And that's another thing that is kind of a confidence boost, is like it's pretty obvious that I'm not in a position of financial prowess, and these ladies still seem to be into me, which is really nice, But it's different though. Like ladies that used to be into me and being in this position were into me because they felt like they had like control or power, or they were better than me, And now I could pick up that vibe where they're actually just into me in a regular way. Like they recognize my capability, and yes, I could read all of this within 15 seconds. I mean, if you haven't noticed, and and they're ready to go. But this chick, I should have said more, but like, she walked by a second time, and I didn't catch her on the way out the second time, but she comes to walk back, and I go, she's looking at me. I'm almost staring at me as she's walking by, and I was just like, well, she's looking at me for more than like 7 seconds. I figure I might as well say hello, like nonstop. So I looked at her, and she probably knew she was Latino or just like Middle Eastern or something. I don't know, but she was real fine. I mean, she was like something, like one of them real bougie types. And what do you call it? Ooh, somebody's getting pulled over. Now, you go ahead and pull right into the Walmart. Of course, of freaking course. Why would they not speed and pull into the Walmart? Why wouldn't they? Why would they not pull right where I'm minding my own business? If somebody asks me, I'm waiting on someone to get out of work. But anyway, and on that note, I'm actually going to plug up. It's probably perfect time to plug in. Oh my gosh. But like I said, she walks by me. So I go, what's good with you? What's up, Laura? How are you? What's good with me? Well, it's 2:30 on a Thursday. And I'm just waiting for the morning to come. As usual. Oh my gosh. No, I'm okay. I'm just exhausted. Not tired, just energy exhausted. Just gotta keep recuperating. I'm fine. But what was I saying? So she walks by me, and I say hello, but she goes, oh hey, or something. It was like something real cute, but it totally caught me off guard because I don't know. I'm not used to being acknowledged by women that are in her. Like, you should have heard the tone of her voice gave away that she was like bougie, that she wasn't your typical attractive. Like, you weren't going to meet her at the bar. She is what I'm trying to say, and I think you understand what I'm saying when I say that. So nothing came of it, but I should have. Like, she just caught me so off guard when she said hi to me that I didn't really know how to respond. Like, I just couldn't think to respond. And so literally what came out of my mouth, you wouldn't even believe it. It was hilarious. She goes, hey, or something, like, just with the tone of voice that totally just took my breath away. And I go, yeah, no, that's totally out of my league. This is verbatim what I said. So that was funny. And I don't take it as a loss. Like I said, for me, it's like I didn't expect to get a hello, which kind of surprised me. She went out of her way to be talking to me. But then, yeah, it's pretty much what I said. I'm just like, yeah, no, that's totally out of my league. And I left to go. But then she kept walking. She's like looking back as she's walking. I'm like, should I have said more? Probably. I just wasn't feeling it, man. I'll tell you. I could not have fulfilled expectations, per se. And I would rather, like I said, with ones that aren't being cool, I'm totally fine with them thinking that I don't know what I'm doing or that I can't do what I could do. But if I meet a good one and I'm not in a position to be performing, then I try to pass on it just so I don't create no bad tracker. I'd rather miss out than, run a good streak. But all right, where are we at? No, I'm only here tonight. I'm not from here. There it goes. What's good with you? Well, my job in the area is done, per se. And it looks like pretty much everybody whose job it is to take care of the rest of everything is taking care of it. And I'll maybe stop back in a few years and see that things have, been cleaned up a little bit. Like I said, they got bombarded
it's really not their fault. They got freaking bombarded. But sometimes all you need is just a little wake up call, and that's what I've needed, and I've gotten it when I've needed it. So it just and it's tough for me because, like, you guys know how stubborn I am, and the stronger you are and the more stubborn you are, the more of a hit it takes, or the more of a talking to or whatever have you, to wake you up and help you realize, like, wait a second, you got to do better, you got to do more. So for me, it's taken being stuck out here with a broken foot and not having the resources to even get a night's sleep and be like, okay, this is too much, I almost lost my foot, and that was what I needed to learn, which is pathetic. I shouldn't have to need that much to learn, but like I said, sometimes you got to realize when you're stubborn, it takes a little more to teach you, but also when you're more stubborn, once you learn, it usually sticks. So what did I learn is stop pushing myself so hard, slow down, and if it means that I have to deal with a few more people, then that's what I do, even if I don't want to. But as I sit here, I can literally feel the fracture in my foot, and it bothers me so much, but it's gonna be fine. Like, it will heal over. It's not the first time, but it's the first time where I've had, like, dermis almost get infected, not just the epidermis, but like down under the dermis. I had a fire ant bite me right in the hole in my foot, and oh my gosh, it hurt. And that led to like a small infection. I had to clean it out and everything, and I got real lucky because I almost lost it. So, because you guys got to remember, I don't have health insurance or anything in this country, so and I'm not paying out of pocket. I would rather, because it actually would cost less money, depending on how bad it was. It would cost less money to purchase an expensive prosthetic than it would be to get surgery to fix the foot. And I've always wanted to be a cyborg, so why not? Laura goes, what's good with you? Did you go to the gym? Not today. No, not today. So you guys know that even when I got stuff going on, that I'll still work. I'll work other parts of my body, but today was an off day for me, just because it's what do you call it? It's a Wednesday. I don't really work out on Wednesdays. Laura, thanks for the follow. Because Tyler Perry used to have this, and I have not. What? Mercedes, thanks for the follow. Lisa, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I don't know. Yo, I'm just like, what it looks like to me at this point, for how long that they've been out there, they must have like busted somebody for something real or something. I don't know. They've been out there a while. Ian, welcome to broadcast. But anyway. And there used to be this thing where it's like, oh my gosh, you look bad because you're the only one doing it, or like being outside Walmart right now and all that. I don't care. I've come to the point where it's like, either I'm going to have a good reputation or I'm going to have a bad reputation. And I'm finding that it has much more to do with whether or not I let stuff bother me than what it actually looks like. Like, I've looked horrible, and I've still had a better reputation than when things were fine. Like, I've had the worst situational track record type deal going on, and still had people more in my corner than times when I have been squeaky clean. So as I sit here and there's not 15 homeless people sleeping outside this Walmart tonight, and I'm the only one, I'm not complaining. Because now I don't have to deal with any of them, which is really nice. And, I had one of them walk by me tonight, and he goes, fuck you. Like, straight up, I kid you not. Dude's walking by me, high as a kite, and he straight up looks me in the eye, he goes, fuck you. And I go, suck my dick. And that was the end of that. But they were driving by right here, and they go, what do you call it? They're driving right by. I'm totally allowed to be here. Do not pull up on me. I'm 100% legal to be here. You can't even ID me. I mean, you could try, but I will sooner go to jail under John Doe and just take the free food. Oh, man, tell me he's not like this. Tell me he's smarter than this. Oh, God, no, he's feeling good because he just pulled somebody over. He's feeling overconfident. Ah, fuck.
That's all right. I might have to take him to cleaners. We'll see what happens. No, he's minding his own business. All right, very cool, very cool. So, where was I? He might have just been checking the bushes for homeless people because I don't know if I told you guys, but I'm not kidding you. Like, as I've walked through these parking lots, I have seen people face down in the mulch under the trees where there's shade. There are people that would literally lay down in the mulch. You know, and I feel it's like it's a catch-22 because on one end I feel bad for them because if you go over the bridge here, it's actually pretty tough. Like, it's a rough area. But over on this side of the bridge is like things are nice, and you know you don't really want the homeless over here. You know what I mean? Like, things are well put together, and that makes complete sense. But like, at least if you're going to be over here, conduct yourself better. You know? Yeah. Oh well, I like my drugs. I like my. Well, then go over the bridge. You know, people are always trying to steal, in mentally. You know, like trying to be Obi-Wan. They want to have their cake and eat it too. You know, for example, there's somebody that I would love to be laying next to in bed. But laying next to somebody else in return for being able to live the life that I want to live, oh well. You know, that person gave me up anyway, so I'm not complaining. You know, it just is what it is. I'm now getting to live the life that I didn't before. And like I said, as much as I didn't necessarily want to have sex with this person, the reality is, waking up to that sweet ass, what I realized was, like I said, or waking up to being attached to that sweet ass. It didn't take that long at all, really, but it's been a while. But when it was all said and done, I was like, and I said this to her, I'm like, you know what? For years, I had so many opportunities to hook up with so many attractive women, and I never just went through with it. Like, I can't tell you how many. Yo, he's got another one. That's awesome. Yo, he's on the hunt. See, now that's what I like. I do like when they're freaking just doing what they do. It's money for the community, you know? And some of you are like, oh, I don't like that. But I've been on the receiving end. And if I'm not, like I said, if I'm not guilty of something, then I don't get a ticket. So I don't complain about the cops. People that complain about the cops are usually people who get tickets from cops for reasons. I don't get ticketed or anything because I don't cause them problems. So, you know, it's easier to like them. Fifi, welcome to the podcast. But like I said, I'm finally starting to get out there and, like, as much as I didn't necessarily choose, but it was like, I kind of needed it, you know? I kind of needed it. And I think she realized I needed it, so she just figured out, like, when it was she could give it to me, that I wasn't, you know what I mean, that I couldn't reject her. And it was kind of smart, and I'm glad she did, because like I said, there are so many super attractive women that I could have made love to, I could have had sex with, I could have fucked, and I mean, like, in fun, like, not even in, like, not having a notch on my belt or on the bedpost or saying that I'm, you know, like, look at me, I fucked all these chicks. No, but just like straight up, you met in the moment, it was a good moment, and you end up hooking up, and it's fun, and it's awesome, and it's personal, it's private. But I didn't, you know, and I seriously look back, and everyone from this chick that I dated in high school, who still to this day, I mean, she's a bombshell, and now she's a single mom. And also this other chick who she lost her boyfriend, unfortunately, in a car crash, but she always had a crush on me. But I mean, like, one of them crushes that you don't tell nobody. But she was just this, oh my God. I still remember her name, and she was the cutest. And I could totally be fucking her right now. And just never got around to it. Said left my hometown, whatever. And I left my hometown before he had passed. But then, like I said, she'd been throwing those vibes in my direction. But like I said, that one of those ex-girlfriends, a girlfriend, whatever you want to call it, I wish that I had, like, she wanted to, and I didn't do it. And I should have. I still should have. I never thought I'd become this person, oh, I like this person way better. This is me being myself and not being religiously pressured to be to not be something. I won't even say to be something I'm not, but literally to just like be devoid of existence and just not interact with life. You know, I've been so scared of life and just not living life, and I'm finally starting to live life. So Tony goes, law enforcement has a hard job. I couldn't do it. I agree, 100%. I really do. They do. I don't envy them. You know, it's definitely public service. You know, people will be like, oh, they make a paycheck, this, that. No, if you really knew, like, I could say this because I'm not law enforcement. If they were to talk about it, you know, they get fired or whatever, you know, it's like, because it's like code where they keep it to themselves. But I'll share this with you on their behalf. But they don't get their fucking paychecks on time. They don't get their bonuses on time. Half the time they end up having to pay for their own shit. And, like, they're constantly at risk. They're constantly in danger. They always have to make split-second decisions without the proper training. Like, they do not get as much training as they should get, which isn't fair to them. Because then they turn around, they're making the best decisions they could. And if shit goes sideways, it's on them. It's not on the people that didn't train them. So, yeah. Like I said, I get pissed at law enforcement sometimes. Just when, like, things will be going my way and they'll step in and I guess they have, like, local stuff going on. So, like, it interferes with what I'm doing. But then I remember, like, I'm insignificant and it's also not, you know, it's not my area, so I can't, like, be getting mad. But, you know, at the end of the day, it just is what it is. And like I said, I stomp my feet for a minute or two. I remember that it's not my domain, and then I have gratitude. I don't have anything for you or anything like that, dude. And see, I've also developed an attitude where I try to be respectful, but it's just I can't get drug into that drama anymore. You know, I was nice for like 5 minutes, but also I want to say in reference to law enforcement, and I'll say this to you guys, is I never had to have any dealings with people who do drugs. I've never had to deal with anybody who's violent or criminals until being on the inside. I'm telling you, I was forced to be around scum. I do not associate with people like that. I don't. And like, I was literally forced to associate with people like that. And then I was forced to do it for such a period of time that it, like, in your brain, it starts to become normal. Like, I've literally had to take months to like recondition my brain back to normal to remember that these people are violent, sociopathic scumballs that I need to stay away from and that are dangerous to me. They're dangerous, you know? And like, I knew that. And then I got in there, I got tough, I started to handle myself, and they try to like condition you into being that way. And it's not healthy. It's not good for you. It's not productive. It's not regular, you know? So don't buy into that. And if there's ever a way that you can avoid being stuck on the inside, make sure that you do advocate for yourself. But like I said, when I say I got done dirty, I mean, I like the scummiest people did the scummiest stuff to me to get me forced around the most horrible people, and you know, just literally just do whatever they could to get me to say whatever they wanted to have me say, to then throw back at people that I care about and like try to make me look bad, and like them not being able to relate or understand what I was going through or anything made it worse. And you know, it sucks, but just people are fucking scumbags, you know? They think they're impressive. They're not. Like I said, they mistreated and manipulated their own system to try and get what they wanted out of me. And just, you know, in some ways it was good for me, but it's because I turned it around and I made certain stuff good for me, you know, like they didn't, and they could have. And there's far more lucrative positions they could have created for themselves, but it turns out that I ended up making it the best for me by the way that I handle it. But just like I said, whatever you could do to just avoid those situations. And I did also, I made a whole bunch of videos that I have to post yet. I didn't post them, but I will. As a matter of fact, I'll probably shut down here and just upload those videos real quick, and then I'll be back. But make sure that you go ahead and follow. If you appreciate me being around, I appreciate you. Thank you for that 100 bean gift today. That was absolutely wild. I was literally tonight in this broadcast, but excuse me. But yeah, and also on top of that, then I'll say if there's anybody that wants to like meet up and hook up, if you're not gross, I might have an interest because I'm getting to the point where I think I need to start getting out there and just letting myself have some fun. I'm not like a typical guy. I'm really not. And when it like these guys that are out here, like I've met dudes that are like, yeah, I slept with over 1,000 women, or I did this, I did that, and like they're impressing themselves, and it's disgusting. It really is. Like they can't even remember the names of the women that they've been with. Me personally, I'm very traditional, very sentimental, and if you're somebody that just wants to have sex, I mean, I could probably go in that direction. As long as you're not like a mean person or like trying to take advantage. Like this one also, like she took advantage of me, and then she turned around, and when I wouldn't do the things she wanted to do, she was literally screaming help. I'm not even kidding you. Like I was in bed and she wasn't, and she was like taking care of stuff. She's like, come do this for me. I was literally like, I don't even fucking know you to begin with, you freak, in my own head. But like I was feeling super sick. Like I literally couldn't move. But she wanted to like put a canopy up or something. She's like screaming bloody murder to try and make it sound like I was like causing her problem, and totally got ignored because it's just some crazy person. And then, and I mean, literally, that's how it went down. I'm not even kidding you. Like I was just laying there, and she starts screaming bloody murder, and it totally caught me off guard. But that stuff doesn't work on me. Like I don't care how freaking nutso you are. You're not getting me. Like we can have sex, but trying to flip things on me isn't going to work. Trust me. I've had the worst of the worst try it. I've had people that were like really in my life try it, and I maintain the upper hand for a reason, obvious reasons. But yeah, like I said, so if you want to hook up, hit me up. Men are weird. Women are crazy. And if you disagree that women are crazy, come prove to me that you're not, because you've yet to prove that you're not. Just saying. I am not afraid to say that. All right. Yeah, y'all are absolutely nutso. Absolutely nutso. Thank God that you're attractive, or we would not have anything to do with you. We would totally do test tube babies. We really would. They're like, you need us. We make babies. You can't do that. We have experimentation. We don't need you anymore. Just basic information for you is women have literally become obsolete. Like we actually don't need women. Like we have test tubes. We don't need women. We keep women by choice now. I know you're like, oh, I don't like that. Can you replace sperm? Can you reproduce sperm? You can reproduce eggs. So anyway, you can lab create eggs. Why'd you give her a chance if you don't want her? Because I had to frickin'... You're talking about the hookup? Because, like I said, I needed to get back out there. I needed to get back out there. And so I let it happen. And now, I kind of want to keep going. But like attractive women, like not just physically attractive, but like not weird. Like that one was kind of weird. And we're not doing that. We're not doing the weird chicks thing who they'll have sex with me because other people won't have sex with them because they're weird. Like there are attractive mainstream women that fit into society who want to fuck me, and I need to let them. And that's where my life is at. It'll be very therapeutic for me, and I need to let it happen. So I am officially on the market, in the game, and ready to go. And totally regular. I'm not religious. I'm not anything. I'm just a regular dude working in the media industry, starving artist, and I'm ready to fuck. And have new experiences. And, wherever you're at, whatever you're doing, if you want to like show me the kind of stuff that you do, that'd be very cool. But that's where I'm at. You're young for this. Yeah. They will use you. They already fucking use me. They've been using me my whole life. They really can't use me. They tried. No, I believe it or not, I officially have the upper hand. So don't worry about me being used. But I mean, what kind of using? Like when you're having sex and you're just having sex for pleasure, you're using each other. That's what that is you're having fun with each other for pleasure. That's what a hookup is, verbatim. broke your heart. No, it was, we fucked. We didn't make love. It was literally a random chick. Oh my god, just be careful. I am. I'm careful. You're so pure, she goes. Yeah, you're kind of right. Admittedly, I am very pure. But I for whatever reason, I don't think that, like, no matter how many women I have sex with, I think somehow I'm maintaining my purity. You know, it's a personality thing. It's the way you go about it. It's not just whether or not you have sex. It's like how you have sex. You know what I'm saying? You don't know anything. I don't. I really don't. I mean, I don't know why you're coming at me like this. So it's very forward. But you're kind of right. You know, I really don't. Want revenge? Revenge for what are you talking about? I don't even know what you're referring to, literally. What are you even referring to? Revenge on what? Listen, it's the 21st century. I know it's hard to grasp for people who don't understand anything except marriage, but some people do have sex for fun because they want to. Or most people do. Okay? That's a normal thing. I know a lot of you are like, oh, I want to go get married. I want to do this, I want to do that. No. Some people really do just fuck for fun. It's kind of normal. I know there's a lot of the world that hasn't adjusted to that yet. But, no. And I'll tell you, if I wasn't in a mood where I'm just ready to frickin'... Like, I'm not taking my frustrations out on people that don't deserve it. Whether they're homeless drug users or not. I'm not gonna be... Like, I'll be a dick just to be nice. But, like, I'm so in a mood, and I don't want to end up being mean to somebody. Like, you know when you're in such a bad mood that you know it's going to spill over, and you're going to take it out on someone that doesn't deserve it? Well, if I'm going to take it out on someone that doesn't deserve it on accident at some point, I would much rather it be someone that could just get back in their car and put their music on and forget I existed 15 minutes later than somebody who is hard up and just trying to mind their own business or try and find the next fix or whatever the heck they're doing. You know, so, like, I just say, shove off and respectfully, and they do, you know, and they get it. Like, I don't have energy for that part of society anymore because I am sitting here plugged in behind a Coke machine. And it's only because I've made time for those kind of people. And I really wish I could say it was for some other reason or I could blame myself. And I tried to for a while, but it's really not my fault. And you guys are going to find out real quick as I start to shove these people off and tell them to mind their own business, leave me alone. You're going to see me get into a better position pretty quick. Am I still there for them? Yeah, just not in ways that you guys are going to hear about. But I have to mind my own fucking business. And just, like I said, that's that. It's also a sides thing. It's like I could either side with the part of society that I've known my whole life, or I could totally become a new person that I don't even like, that associates with a part of society that I can't stand to begin with. So I'm going to go ahead and just continue on with what's regular. They transmit diseases, herpes, AIDS, and more. Well, then so do you. Like, you're not... Listen, somebody who has more interest in just being in a relationship doesn't have any less of a chance of catching an STD than someone who's sleeping around. The statistical probability is still the same as long as they protect themselves. I'm not kidding you. Like, there are oftentimes more people in relationships with STDs than people who are just screwing around. Because most people that screw around safely. You take someone you care about. I don't want to be hearing this. Like I said, this makes me sick to my stomach. This shit, it makes me sick. I can't do it. I can't stand the scumbag shit. I can't. Because it's this mentality. It's like I said, it's just these people that are already dead, and they think that if they live a specific type of life, then they can feel like they're alive and like they're doing the right thing. And there's no such thing as the fucking right thing. There's no such thing. There's your thing or my thing. And I'm doing my thing. And I don't give a fuck about what your thing is to begin with. If I did, I would have asked. But these fucking psychopath motherfuckers that try to force their lifestyle on you, I can't stand that shit. I can't stand it. You know? I could tell you plenty of people have tried to force the idea on me of, like, you know, be in a monogamous relationship, da-da-da-da. And it's so fucking annoying. And they're like, no, we're not pressuring at all. But I've never heard a single person try to force me or push me into hookups or forcing me into doing my own thing or minding my own business or just not having sex at all. It's always these people that claim to not be pushy at all that are the most fucking pushy, So, yeah. So, and on the topic that you guys were asking, as I see employees, is I did get corporate permission to be able to sit out here. So I'm out here. As the druggies come by, I tell them to keep pushing on, and they do. But I am here for the night safely, which is good. Like I said, I wanted to make sure I found somewhere that was lit and had cameras, and this Walmart has like 50,000 cameras, so I am safe. You guys don't have to worry about me tonight, as far as I know. But see, like, oh, there's another thing. Like, look at that comment. They go, "We are not animals." We're not animals. What are we? And then the next comment, once you become desperate. I've seen more people that are dying to be in a relationship and this and that be more pathetic and more desperate. Whereas people that are just hooking up or minding their own business. And sometimes they end up meeting someone they want to be with on accident because they're busy just having a good time and minding, just, as I mentioned, minding their own business. So I'm going to unplug real quick so I'm not stuck back here. But I am going to stay right where I'm at because I don't really need to move. Oh, I'm so sore. I wish I could sit on something or a blanket or something, but I'm all right. Okay. So now that's over. Let's bring the good vibes back. If you guys see me that I'm a little more stressed, it's just that I'm tired. It's coming around 3 a.m. and I'm not supposed to be awake. I'm supposed to be in a hotel room. I shouldn't have had to be doing this right now, but we're doing it. So it is what it is. So what are you up to? What's going on in your night? All that good stuff. Ow! Oh, that hurts. Talk to me. Because I'm trying to keep the broadcast running, but we also got to keep comments running. We got to keep talking to each other in order to justify staying alive, at least on this platform. But if things die down, I just have to switch up the platform, and we'll go live somewhere else. I'm also staying live because we're out here tonight, and like I said, they're cleaning the streets back up finally. I made a little bit of a fuss. Just because, like I said, I love this area and I want to see it get back to the way it's supposed to be. But what do you call it? There's some unsavory characters that come out here at night that they're still taking care of. And so I wanted to stay live with you and make sure that, I was safe. I know how to handle myself, but listen, I'm not that type of person. I don't live that type of life. I don't need to be a tough guy. I don't. So I'm not gonna be. I would rather sit here live with you. And on top of it, I earn money by sitting here in front of you. So I can sit here in front of you and make money, or I could be off screen and think of a tough guy and be trying to not be one by trying to be one. I'd rather be tough enough to power through and get back to regular life than have to keep doing this, sitting in front of a freaking Walmart. Are you kidding me? What am I doing? I've been too proud. And once again, though, is that mindset came from being forced to have to be in this position. But I defeated that, and now we're going to move forward. A couple more nights here and there, and before you know it, I'm off the street every single night. Back to normal. And anybody that tries to get in my way, I do not care if someone ends up on the street trying to bother me to keep me on the street or interrupt my process of getting off the street. Like I said, I have my corporate conversation. I'm fine to be here until the morning. I'm gonna get myself a little gift card. I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna get another phone, get some service, and I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this shit anymore. I can't stand it. It's so fucking annoying. My patience is gone for all this. I don't have it anymore. And I don't care how much someone else is going through something or, think about the next person. I'll think about the next person when I'm not sitting out here. How's that sound? I'll have time for somebody who's going through it when I have my life back. How's that? Until then, I don't care what you're going through because it's not my problem. And I can't believe I ever put somebody else's problems before my own when I'm living out here. How stupid could I be? Oh, you're a real nice person. Well, that's wonderful. I bet you do feel like I'm a nice person. Well, you have a roof over your head, and the stuff that I'm going through makes sure that you get to keep having what you want. No. You can either keep earning what you have, or you can shut up and I'm going to take what you have. And that's that. I am either going to work harder than you and you're going to lose what you have and I'm going to take it, or you're going to have to just figure out how to work harder and stop being lazy. I'm not going to work less hard just because somebody else is afraid of losing their livelihood. That's the competition of America, and that's your problem. I'm not going to work less so that you don't have to work more. I don't care enough about you to not care about me. I'm going to soapbox about this, okay? Like I said, I'm kind of just finally realizing the position I'm in, and I'm like, this is so stupid. Like, what on earth am I doing? So yeah. And I'm telling you, I'm getting kicked out of places slowly but surely. Not like kicked out, but like, you know, I could stay the term of what's appropriate. But for real, not like local policy type, but like I'm taking this shit corporate. Like I told you, I am, like, for real. I'm back to me. I am back to the me that does not put up with shit, and doesn't fucking take no for an answer. Which I'm very excited about. And I'm losing a lot of support from a certain size of society. Good. I don't fucking like those people anyway. I never did. And the only time they ever liked me was when I was giving them what they want because they're fucking lazy. So moving on. And they act like they're there for one another when they're really not. Because I've seen what goes down when law enforcement shows up. When something finally goes down and the cops show up, you know what happens? They all fucking scatter. They're best friends until the cops show up. And then they're all pointing fingers at each other. You know, I don't have time for the fake shit. I'm in for the real deal. And that's what I do. So, I put my work in, and I also stand up for the people that know how to stand up for each other. And really, even if somebody rolls on me, I can't tell you how many people have turned on me. I can't tell you how many people have opened their mouths on my name without a right, let alone, a reason. And I still don't have a word to say about them. I don't. I have been taught and raised that you do not waste your time on people that don't invest time in you. And, for situations that I've been through and people say, literally there's people that were just so psychotically, religiously obsessed with the idea that I was not a good person, that they were like really actually trying to figure out how to get me like locked away and everything. But unfortunately for them, we live in the 21st century where common sense is set in, and these psycho-religious culty practices are not allowed to be used within law enforcement. They're not allowed to be used with the law and with judges and this and that. Like I said, there was a situation where there's an attempt to like go the felony route, and I was like, I put my head down, I pretended like, but the reality is, the only thing that would have happened is that would have turned into a lawsuit. I would have gotten out in the same amount of time that I ended up dealing with anyway, and I would have just made a shit ton of money. But what I figured was a smarter route was to make some friends, show my true character and make some friends. And so that's what I did. And when I say that became more abundant than anything I possibly ever could have done in any other direction, fuck a paycheck in reference to when you're dealing with real people, when you're dealing with decision makers and people that are on the inside of the system, like that run the system, win those relationships. Fuck the money. Do not be going after people that are within the government or within the judicial system. No, fuck that shit. Get in with them. Make those relationships. Build those friendships. Stop caring about whether or not you got friends that like law enforcement or this and that. Get comfortable. Get familiar. Build those relationships. And if you don't like the corruption of it, realize there's corruption everywhere. And wherever there is corruption, you just stay away from those people. It doesn't mean you can't be involved at all. Just stay uninvolved with the people that are corrupt. Be uninvolved with the people that will take $400 to put somebody in jail. And then it won't happen to you. But there are people who are upstanding that aren't going to be that way. And those are the people you associate with. But I could tell you the relationships and the connections that I built just by putting my head down and deciding to wait for them to come to common sense solutions, or almost common sense solutions, instead of fighting or, going after the money. What I have now is absolutely invaluable and is literally the only reason why I'm even with those corporate connections that I'm able to be sitting here right now. like, even with corporate connections, the reality is local law enforcement could still, if they want to, come up and be like, blah, 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 blah. Could they? Technically not, but you need to remember also how many people are watching or paying attention. What could they get away with, in the time frame that they have to get away with it? You can't call the cops on the cops. You could, but we're not going to talk about that. I don't like people knowing that stuff because they abuse that. But yeah, just make those relationships. Be there for people, and have common sense. And if you're in a situation that you're unfamiliar with, just play it out. Give yourself time to understand what's going on around you before you make any decisions. And especially if you're in something absolutely brand new, even if you lose a whole lot, like I lost pretty much everything. But what I got thrown into was so unfamiliar to me that I had to pretty much sit still and freeze for like over a year, over 2 years, just to like become acclimated. And I learned the entirety, front to back, top to bottom, in to out, of the entire situation. And I still didn't budge on who I am and the way that I do things. I just kept going. But now I know how all that works. So should there ever be a situation arise where I need to know how that works, I know how it works. I do pity anybody in my bloodline that does not have my counsel or my leadership. Kind of sucks, but I'm also traditional in the sense where I'm not going to be a part of a lineage that is not my own. In ancient times, when the woman would abandon the man, it was considered for obvious reasons, and the factual situation where the woman she has some sort of developmental disorder, or like she's not equipped to be a part of the tribe, and usually just gets killed off, and the child gets killed off. But like if you're in a situation where the woman leaves you, and there's child or whatnot, just realize that they're not equipped. They're not equipped to be your mate. They're not equipped to, they kind of saved you time. They saved you money, and now you can go find someone that's worthy of you. You can find someone that is capable of being a part of your tribe, and you just start over. I mean, literally, like that's how it is, And realize that seed, that's not your kid. If they decide to go off and die on their own, it's like a dog. Like that's what dogs do. They will literally go, and when they go to die, they will go off on their own to die. They don't want to be around people. And oftentimes when you have a woman that is ill-equipped to survive and they have a child, by nature they will literally isolate, separate themselves, and try to go off to die. Now thankfully we have a social security system that makes its best efforts to either incarcerate those women or help them get some sort of societal help to make sure that they don't actually die. But for the most part, that's how it goes. No. Alright, where are we at? Yeah, so it's nice to finally be at all that trash. Just grow up. I'll play Batman when no one's looking. I'm done doing the getting the credit thing because I'm sick of that shit. Where are we at? What's up, loser? Yo, what's it like to be blocked? I wouldn't know. Jarvis, what's up, dude? Rhea, welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for the follow. You're hot, smash. Yes, thank you. Well, come on, where are you at? Give me a razor, give me a shower, and come on in there with me. I have to wash the last chick off me, honestly. I did my best. It's fucking gross, man. What is it with ladies and hygiene? Like, I always hear ladies talking about keeping good hygiene. But, like, talking about that we need to keep good hygiene. But, like, I've found more women with bad hygiene than men. By far. Far and large. More women with bad hygiene than men. Personal experience. And no, it's not the type of women that I associate with. It's really not. But anyway. I'm coming to a point where I'm starting to like being around men more than women. Just because it's just, you ladies are so, nowadays, at least in America, so expectational. And like, you really think you're the fucking shit. Like, you really think you're the bee's knees and you're like more important than, I don't know. And I can't stand that attitude. I really can't. Like, it's not even worth sex. It's not. It's so off-putting. It's so unattractive. Like today, I dealt with somebody like that, somebody that was decently attractive, but then they just had to be the center of fucking attention. I mean, literally on my fucking broadcast, like I'm minding my own business, literally my business, and this chick has the audacity to believe herself to be in my life in some way, shape, or form to the status quo of I'm gonna raise my voice to make sure that I'm heard in his business. You know, that would be like if you just had a corporate building and someone just walked in there and walked into your office, walked into one of your meetings because they just felt like they were a part of it. It's literally the same fucking thing. And this chick was just making sure that people on my broadcast heard her voice. And it's so irritating. Like, it's none of your fucking business. You are not invited. If there's something you want or something we're gonna do, it's not gonna be during my shit. That's the other thing, is like nowadays with social media, people think themselves to be privileged to what you have and what you do, literally. You know, like they'll jump in on a fucking photo and they're like, oh yeah, here I am. Well, maybe that photo's worth $4,000. My photos go out there, they're worth $4,000. For real. And somebody will just try and hop in the fucking photo. And they're like, you don't gotta give me any money. I know I don't have to give you any money. Get out of my fucking picture. Like, I worked for a decade of going through this shit for my shit to be worth something. And then just these people have the audacity to just come out of nowhere and be like, I'm a part of this. You don't exist. I don't know you. What are you doing? You know? Or people will try to get me on camera. You know, people will be taking pictures of me without my permission. And they're like, you know, when they do it for like law enforcement or, you know, they're like just trying to get people on camera because they're dumb enough to think that have some sort of involvement on the other side of the fence. I'm like, hey, and I mean, I've literally said this directly to people's faces. I was getting on the beach the other day, and there was this chick that was just doing a panorama, and she, you know, accidentally just got me on her camera. And I walk right up to her and I go, if I were you, I would delete that photo because that's worth money and you haven't given me anything. Have a great day. And I walked away and I watched her be deleting the photo. And I feel bad, you know, like I don't want to hurt her feelings. But if somebody's just taking their picture, minding their own business, and I end up in it or whatever, that's fine. Because, you know, they're just doing their thing. But these people that, like, will do it on purpose and they're stealing from you. Like, I don't let people steal from me. I don't. Ever. And if it ever appears that I have allowed someone to steal from me, I'm on some high-level shit. Like, I am scheming like a motherfucker. If I have let someone steal something from me, you best believe I am about to get a return on that investment with a frickin' 15% interest. I'm about to get way more out of it than what was stolen from me. Plus, I'm gonna get an incarceration out of it. I don't fucking play. I take people from 7 different angles when they come at me. And I'll have people come at me from 7 different angles, but it's 7 different people, and I can manage that, you know. But I'll as one person come at somebody from 7 different angles, because I don't play. But that's only in not retaliation, but that's only in dominance of someone who's trying to dominate me. But I always win against people who try to dominate me or stepping out of their own space to bother me. No, I'm sorry, dude. I don't have time. I'm working right now. Yeah, so, like I said, yeah, so that pretty much sums it up. But yeah, you will never see me go out of my way to go out to bother somebody. You really won't. Like even sitting outside of Walmart and using that word and saying, like, I built those connections. Like, I put in the work. I've been out here. I've made my investments into the company, you know, in stock market. Even one of my best friends works at Walmart. So, I mean, literally one of my best friends. So, you know, like, I don't know why in the fuck I have been just giving this shit away. Like I said, because I got fucking pummeled and brainwashed. But I'm coming back to my senses and keeping in my pocket what belongs to me. And slow and real quick, you guys are going to start to see me doing better. And not be sleeping on the street or whatnot. But what I'm not doing anymore is just sharing with somebody just because I feel like it, you know. Like, I gotta start respecting my own money way more. So I am. And like yesterday was the last straw. Yesterday, the day before, is I spent like $20 on my own stuff, and the people around me just kept asking me. So I just gave some of them, and I didn't even want to. Like, I gave one of them, and then I gave another one, and then the other one goes and takes something that I gave him and gave it to somebody else, like somebody else totally entirely. You know, like that's how they do it. They get you into their freaking culture. They get you poor as shit, like the rest of them. And then you're expected to just keep passing things around to each other. And there's always drugs involved, always. And I don't have any interest in that culture. Now, do I have interest in that type of life and that type of bartering social life? Yeah, that sounds really cool. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be anywhere but on the streets. So it doesn't look like I'm going to get to live that type of life anytime soon. Nonetheless. I had some water. It is almost, was like 3:30, 4, 5, 6. I think they open up here at 6 o'clock. So I'll try to stay live with you guys, get in there at like 6 o'clock, and then just get something that I get some stuff that I need. And then I'm getting the fuck out of here. We're gonna officially start traveling again, which I'm upset about as far as like having to travel this way. I might try to get a Greyhound. Guys, if there's anybody out there that could afford like a $200-300 Greyhound, can you please get me the fuck out to California? Because I'm tired of this shit. Like, I know you guys are entertained. You're like, oh, this is cool. But trust me when I say, every person out there that's like part of my fan base, that you guys are just watching me struggle through this, and you're like being entertained, and you're intentionally not throwing money in my direction just so you can see cool stuff happen, you are so fucked. Like, I kid you not, you owe me on levels you can't even imagine. And when I tell you I have ways to make sure that you're gonna pay me, I mean, you already are going to. And I think some of you just don't realize that. Like, you don't steal from me. And by watching and being a part of my show and being a part of my personal decisions in my personal life and retracting from me resources that you know that I need and that you already know you owe me based on the amount that I offer in my broadcasts, and trying to say that you're going to get this much out of me for this low of a price, no, you're not. You're really not. And it will come out of your pocket in one way or the other. Even if it doesn't look like it's directly coming from you, I will get what you owe me. I will. So my recommendation, if you guys want to keep your money flowing in a space that you can understand, instead of getting some sort of surprise hit, financially, because karma is literally my name, and I'm telling you for a fact it will happen, please do me a favor and, put out for what you're getting, because you're literally getting my real life. And you guys are like, oh, how do we pay less for it? You don't. You either stop watching or you start contributing. And that's how it's going to be. So like I said, as I go through the morning, I'm going to try to switch over for a gift card and just frickin' get something in here, get some stuff in here that I need. I'm going to hop on that bus. I'm going to get out of this town. I'm going to go as far west as possible. I'm going to just keep traveling. And if there's anybody out there that could save a whole bunch of headaches for a whole lot of people, it would be awesome if you guys could just help me with a Greyhound that I know would be pennies to you, to get out to California to be done with the whole traveling thing. Because this is not traveling. This is called desperately trying to get home. And you guys kind of just watching something that you could be solving. And that's called bad on your conscience. It's bad karma, if we're going to be real. Because there's a lot of people pretending like they're not all that invested, and you're very invested in this. You're here every day, and I don't see you leaving anytime soon. So do me a favor and actually start opening up and stop expecting to get all this out of me for nothing, because you're not, even if you think you are. I would not be sitting here doing this with you if I thought there was a possibility that I wasn't going to get my due out of the situation from both ends. So surprise, enjoy the broadcast, and when you're ready, I need to get to California, and we need to start getting to real work. How is it? It is better than where you're at, because I will literally ensure 100% on a personal level that you end up on the street if you don't shut the fuck up. You're getting blocked this time, but the next time I will personally go out of my way to make you homeless. And if you don't believe me, try me. I can walk to your house faster than you can get on a bicycle with my broken foot. So shut the fuck up, grow up, or you're gonna find out. And that's a threat. See you later. And see, whenever you guys actually gain respect, you can say whatever the fuck you want to. People like that can't. But like I said, that's not competition. That's a bug that I might start squashing, that I might actually squash because I'm just sick of the fly flying around me and being super fucking annoying. So one day I'm just gonna squash it. And I really fucking will. Not exaggerating. I'll fucking squash it. Because I don't put up with that shit. It's super fucking annoying. I don't care who likes the person or does. I don't have any beef with anybody. I have a fly fucking around my hair. I'm just getting rid of a fucking fly. No sorry to the tree huggers. But I don't do mosquitoes. Chrislyn, welcome to the broadcast. And they'll try to play poor me, poor me. Oh, you'll be playing poor me. You'll be playing poor me all right when you're sitting outside of a Walmart eating your own fucking words. Poor me, poor me. So, and I could do the same thing to him from prison. God's honest truth. There is no way to escape my wrath. And if you'd like to believe there is, fucking try me. Honey goes, See, now there's somebody who's a little smarter. You know, be a pussy, pretend not to exist, and it's much easier to get away with saying stupid shit. Just be a wimp that can't come online as yourself, and you'll get away with so much more. Andrew, welcome to the broadcast. How are you? All right, so let's catch up on who's hanging out. I'm doing my best to be positive with you, but like I said, things are getting a little real, so I'm having to be a little tougher about things. But I'm also thinking about just putting my head down and taking a nap for a little while. I have been noticing that cruiser sticks around, so he's keeping an eye out for me, thankfully. So I'll probably just put my head down and get some rest. But Lori P, welcome to the broadcast. Virginia, Chucky, thanks for hanging around. Planet Jane, Jarvis, Jupiter. All right, so thank you. Like I said, if you guys haven't noticed, like literally my complexion, my color, like I'm practically green because I'm sick and I don't feel good. So I'm gonna try to go to bed. Lynn the doll, welcome to the broadcast. I would not advise stealing my phone. Just want to make that very clear to anybody dumb enough to get themselves murdered. Do not touch my phone while I'm asleep. If you have any sensibility to you, do not touch my phone. You will be found dead. Good night. I will get up probably when I'm woken up when they open, because I asked them to just wake me up when the morning comes, and I will talk to you guys soon. I would do a live stream over the other platform, but like I said, I'm just super tired. I don't even know if I'll be able to fall asleep, but I'm going to try. So, wish me luck. Good night. And thank you for the 100 beans tonight. That's freaking amazing. If we do that at least once a day, I could literally just feed myself. And feeding myself sounds really nice. Hey, Steve, I'm literally going to show up and just break your face. You really need to fuck off. I'm not kidding. Like, you think I'm playing and I'm not. I don't have anything else to do. I'm being 100% serious with you. You need to disappear. All right. Good night, everybody. Business, and I could lie on the pavement if I want to. I really could lay down and go to sleep on the pavement if I want to in the Walmart parking lot or on the pavement here. I could. And what do you call it? Asset protection or whatever you call it came out and told me that I couldn't be here. And I informed him that he's about to lose his job and I wouldn't recommend coming and bothering me a second time. So I'm sitting over here, I'm charging up, minding my own business, half hoping they escalated so that I could take more jobs and make more money. And like I said, because I just got that chip on my shoulder, got that vendetta. But then the other half of me is kind of hoping that they're smart enough to fuck off and mind their own business and leave me alone. But we'll see what happens. You know, I don't have anything else to do. My foot's half broke. I could use the free food and a roof, and pretty much nothing else I'd be doing is I wouldn't be doing anything else except I wouldn't have anything else to do except make money off of them by calling them out on their shit, reaching out to corporate again, and taking their jobs and taking their money, and then leaving town anyway. But it's partially tempting because I could come at them for this shit because they think they're allowed to break their own policies. Because sometimes that's what locals will do. Like they'll break the rules that they have from their higher ups, both on a level of law enforcement and a level of corporate and companies or what have you. Like I said, you don't exist. I'm not even reading your comments. I'm saving your life and blocking you. Fucking idiot. What do you call it? But like I said, I could pursue that, and then I'll win, and then I'll turn around, and when I walk out the door, I'm walking out with the money to buy myself a fucking ticket, money for rent for a couple of months, money to get most of my documentation straight, and then money to get a passport and to go to another country, and also enough money to establish citizenship in another country. Like, if they fucking pursued this, I'd go after them, I'd win, and I'd probably get about 150 grand out of the situation. Um, Now, knowing me, I might pass in the 150 grand and just fucking dig my heels in and take way more than that and other means of currency. But as tempting as it is, I would rather just hang out for the next 2 hours like a normal person, get up in the morning and go do regular stuff. So yeah. Um, but like straight up, like some of these kids just don't understand what real life is. They really don't. Like, guys, you don't realize you're nothing but roadkill. Some of you, like straight up, and like it really will be that way. Like you got to stop playing because I'm not playing, and you guys are like, oh, I'm not playing. You. I mean, my balls are bigger than yours. Don't find out, or please come out and find out. I kind of hope you come find out. More money for me. Raver, welcome to the broadcast. Aaliyah, welcome to the broadcast. Human, how are you? I didn't even realize that was you, Human. You changed your photo. Mike Casano, welcome to the broadcast. David, how are you? Chris and Yolo. What's up, Yolo? You changed your photo too. You guys, we're all moving up in the world. That's what I like. We're all moving up in the world. Yeah, and this trash has to stop because straight up, when I tell you that I will show up and do what has to be done when it comes to trash, pun intended, dude's taking out the trash. Um, I really will. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm not playing. I'm a little bit different than I was before. I handle things in a regular way for the most part. But nowadays, when it comes to people that are actually coming and affecting my business, I have two ways of going about it. I could sue you, I could get you put in prison for interfering with my business, or I could just come kick your ass and put you in the hospital and not get in trouble for it. And the second one is way faster for everybody. And I'm not in a mood to waste my time right now, so I need you to shut the fuck up. And that's that. On a positive note, I only have like 2 hours until things open, and then I can just go in and buy some stuff, keep moving on with my day. Um, Unfortunately, like I said, asset protection or whoever they were was dumb enough to come and try and let me know that their tiny little balls are absolutely huge, and now I have to take their job, which I don't feel good about, but I actually feel amazing about because I'm so tired of putting up with people's shit. Um, but moving on from that, I have to change my photo. Yes, go for it. Yeah, you. For those of you that don't know me from a couple of years ago, um, I don't take anybody's shit. I really don't. Um, but you guys have not seen that. Most of you have not seen that part of me. Even most of my day ones have never seen 2015, 2016 me. You weren't there for it. I was a real nice guy, and I was much more poised. But sometimes with that poise, you get a lot less done because people take you less seriously. Um, so just think of me like the adult version of that. But yeah, I do not accept anybody's drama. I don't. And when people don't slow down or stop when it comes to me, well, they want a personal meeting, they end up getting one. And they're like, oh, I'm going to get you put in jail. And they never do. It doesn't go that way. And you just think people would eventually learn, but sometimes they just don't. Um, like I said, like you go sending cops. That's fine. Get yourself arrested. It's restitution. I'm exactly where I'm allowed to be. So, like I said, the only thing they're doing is getting themselves put on watch lists. Let them do what they're doing. Um, I'll take care of them later. Or realistically, I might not even have to because law enforcement will take care of them.
But that's the other thing. It's like I miss the days when I could just solve my own problems. Nowadays, I just have so much going on that I have to leave stuff to the cops. Like I have too much going on that I don't always have time to show up and put somebody in their place. I don't have the time for it. So, uh, yeah. So that's that. You'll have, like I said, you'll have scumbag losers that try to exert power or feel like they're powerful by misusing the police. When it comes down to it, all they're doing is making sure I make more friends. Um, it's not legal for them to be calling the police. It's not. Uh, and usually, at least nowadays, the cops, with when it comes to me, have become smart enough to just fucking turn around, figure out who called them, and put that person in their place. I don't really get bothered by the police anymore. Recently, I'd say there's about 6 or 7 different times that I've been told the cops are calling me, and I got confirmation that they really were. And then why don't the cops show up anymore? Because it's not a legitimate report. And that used to be the issue, where the police would say, well, if we get a report, we have to show up. Well, I guess they looked into their loopholes or what have you, I don't know. But they realized, hey, if we are able to prove that the call wasn't legitimate, like if it was a false report, they check in on it, and then they don't have to follow through with the report. So they can't become the bitch of some internet scumbag, and so they don't. They check on a report, they pull up my profile, say that I'm just sitting here live streaming, minding my own business, legally allowed to sit here, and they move on. And I don't know if they pursue those people, but it would be really fucking hilarious if they did. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Nonetheless, I'm just doing whatever I could to stay awake for the next 2 hours, just because I don't feel like having to fire more than one person or getting more than one person fired. As much as I'd like to put my head down, I know there's just going to be the next person who thinks they know better is going to come out here and try to tell me how it is, and I'll have to take their job too. And well, karma's real. It's my name, and I don't want to have to do any of that. I don't want to have to be a dick. But like I said, I'm out here in my position. I'm not going to feel bad. And people be like, yo, and finally people aren't acting like I'm being a jerk. Because I'm not. Like, I'm fucked out here. So of course I'm not being mean. If I had a regular 9 to 5 or once I'm in a better position, I'm not going to be coming at people's throats like this. You know what I'm saying? I'm obviously not. But like, while I'm stuck out here, fuck you. I don't care what on earth you have going on. I don't care what you got. It don't matter. I'm putting me first because I'm the one stuck out here. You know what I'm saying? Host of Welcome to Broadcast, Matt Man, Welcome to Broadcast, Gilbert. And like I said, if I do end up chased off property, I especially don't like seeing law enforcement losing their jobs. But once again, it's just due process. It's the way it is. Sometimes I just got to roll with the punches. And when you kind of sit in the middle of the system with that, in reference to those situations, you can't feel bad when people's situations get ruined, because eventually their situation is going to get ruined anyway for doing the wrong thing. But don't blame yourself if you did the right thing, making sure that somebody doesn't do the wrong thing to anybody else anymore. Lee, welcome to Broadcast. Tracy, Burnt, Mitchell, Moon, James, Chris, Aaliyah, Human, Mike, David, Chris, and Yola. What's up? But I have to admit to you, I really don't feel like being on live stream right now. I'm gonna go find somewhere else to lay down because I have to sleep, and I don't need another career on my conscience. So I'm gonna be the good guy and regret it later again. Don't forget to follow, hit me up elsewhere, and I'll talk to you guys soon because I have to put my head down somewhere and get some sleep. But we will reconvene soon in a more positive light. Good night, guys. And no, there's not cops here or anything. It really is just me, like, super dead tired, and I gotta sleep. And if I put my head down here, it's just gonna be this big battle. And I'd rather just get them fired, mind my own business, and feel better, and go, sleep somewhere else and get up in the morning and keep my own business. But like I said, don't mind my business, and you won't lose your job. It's that simple. I don't give a fuck what you got going on. I don't care if you got kids. I don't care what your situation is. I am not going to stay homeless for your dumbass. End of story. Be ruthless. Get off the street. Talk soon, guys.